Can't fucking believe Dan Aguirre quitting on us like that. I mean,
He's never
what can I
reliable.
say?
He constantly quits, but then he has this like pontification where he decides he's going to come back, and then he just joins the show late. But it's like every week he wants to quit. What's going on with that shit?
And now Nomad is gone too. Both of them leave the show in the same week. Are they going to do like the Dan and Nomad show?
I think they might be up to that. Is
The
that a
tape
members
always
only
lies kind of shit.
Yeah. The two of them together could be something in the room, right?
Could be.
Probably on the phone together right now talking shit about us.
Yep. Oh, speaking of Nomad,
He's been much more than a handful tonight.
Oh,
hey man, we're live, so be careful what you say.
yeah, you're live, buddy.
Oh shit!
We thought you were off jerking off Dan.
Damn! Come right into the fire.
We were just talking about how you and Dan were like trying to, come up with that you were like coming up with something behind our backs or something.
Some who?
Yeah, because you weren't here, Dan Aguirre.
Yeah.
We're coming up with what?
You and Dan are planning another show or something?
Oh, that wasn't supposed to leak out. I gotta talk to my secretary, man. I think she's a fucking rat.
Gotta fire her, man.
Secretary,
she leaked that shit.
Are we really live, man?
We're live.
We really are.
Oh goddamn!
It's a cold open.
I'm sorry, man. I had it, man. I got more than a handful over here, but we're good now.
Shit happens, man.
Yeah.
We're sending help through our spiritual vibes.
Good juju. We're sending our good juju.
You got some holy water with you?
Yeah. Right here.
That's what I need. Yeah. Some fucking holy water.
Some of that stuff you say tastes like shit.
What is that kind? Is that the Four Roses?
Actually, no. This is a different brand. I just bought this. Checking it out tonight for the first night. Wilderness Trail.
Bourbon. Oh no. Man, that's some strong. I can smell that shit through the damn screen. God.
You're a Scotch guy, right?
Yeah, man. Bourbon is it's just got a little bit. It just goes down a little too harsh for me. I don't know, but the Irish whiskey is a little bit smoother. I think that's what it really is. I prefer tequila, to be honest with you. But right now, that's what I got.
I prefer tequila too. Myself, I love tequila. My mom loves tequila too. We have a shot every time I come home and we revisit. We take a shot together. It's kind of a ceremony. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
My relationship with tequila is a lot more sexual. I think I'm a sexy motherfucker when I drink that shit for some reason. I don't know why.
My wife hates me when I drink tequila.
We all think we're sexy when we drink liquor.
What does it do to you, Aldo?
I get I start fucking around with her, making jokes and bothering her and stuff. She's like, I have enough of you. She go upstairs. I'll follow her. Start dancing around in the underwear.
Yeah.
So the asshole just comes right out.
Yeah. Well, liquor and the wife never mix in my household. I know that much. So I think it's the same for you, huh?
I learned after college, man. Don't drink white liquor unless you got a woman nearby. Or if it's guys around, you're gonna end up in a fucking fight or something. White liquor, it just happens. I don't know about you guys, but me, my friends, and white liquor, and no females around, it's gonna be some furniture moving up in that motherfucker.
Yeah, check out what Robert says. Mezcal. Have you guys tried mezcal?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Man.
No,
it's a different type of tequila. It's instead of doing the cooking of the agave the way tequila is done, it's baked. The agave is baked. I got a bottle right here. I just bought the other day. Look at this shit.
Oh,
hold on.
It looks like wine, but it's
leave that up there. I'm gonna write that down. Hold up. Yeah. I like to fuck around with different tequila.
This is really good.
What's the name of that?
Palamo. J2K says mezcal tastes like socks, old socks. Get out of here, J2K.
It does have a different flavor to it.
I got turned on to it by one of the barroom show hosts. By the way, congratulations to Vinny Parisi and Frank Mueller. They're doing the 100th episode of Bar Down tomorrow. So if you're available, stop on by.
All right.
That is awesome.
All right, guys, ready? I'm going to roll this open, and then hopefully Dan Aguirre will be given a reprieve by the governor, and they won't execute him tonight. And Johnny Santucci will finish his latest porn movie called Dirty Assholes.
Sweaty, hairy asshole.
I can imagine Tucci has some like real hair, yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, look at this guy. Where is he? There's my Tucci.
Jack, his asshole. Everything's got to be hairy on him. His ears, the inside of his ears.
You could probably braid that shit.
Oh, we're mean. Talking about the guy behind his back. No, what do? We make the same jokes in front of him.
He can watch it tomorrow and find out for himself.
Yeah, exactly. What you get for being late, motherfucker? Here we go.
What follows is strictly for adults. Put your children out of harm's way. You see, the following 5 gentlemen are clearly not PG. In fact, an R rating would stand for rude. Let's meet them now.
He's originally from the land of Lincoln, Illinois. Then he moved to Georgia, and then he moved to Florida. How much farther south can this man go? Cuba? There's no doubt this man is lucky Ronald Reagan is not alive because he would be calling him a communist. But don't worry, he's no Castro comrade. He's the president of the Bears Country podcast, the lead host of their signature show. Now he's one of us. One of us! One of us! Aldo calls him the OD. Let's not call him a cocksucker. The other Dan. We don't know anything about him. I mean, we don't know shit about him. We don't know his real name. Is it Thaddeus? Is it Reginald? Is it Frank? I don't know. What's his address? Any of his friends? Does he even have any friends? Hey, we do know this. He's someone you better not fuck around with. He knows the Bears and the game of football. He's funny as fuck. He likes to fuck. And just like me, again, this is redundant, but he likes pussy. Nomad. This man was an extra on Oliver Stone's Natural Born Killers back in 1994. It is believed he has more body hair than any other mammal on the fucking planet. And some suspect he starred in gay porn back in the 1980s. But there's nothing wrong with that. Now he delivers the Bears' state of affairs. He handicaps games better than anyone except maybe Mike North, but they're both good. He loves the efficiency of bourbon. It's Tooch. It's Mr. John Santucci. You know this gentleman as the Podfather. He created the Barroom Network in 2014. But 2023 figures to be a big year in this man's life. Medicare, Social Security, and erectile dysfunction all at one time. Hey, quit calling him white. He's tired of that shit. He's Puerto Rican. He's Aldo Gandia. I've been saying for 3 years on the Barroom Network that I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating. But now I don't really know if that's true. Alright, I'm just fucking with you. Of course it's true, but it's been a bad season. I mean, except for Justin Fields running all over the place, right? I recently got dumped by a girl on Facebook. My ex-wife's getting remarried. But don't worry about me, I'm still getting lots of pussy. I'm Dan Aguirre.
These 5 are here to talk about the Chicago Bears and bare their souls.
Oh yeah.
That
What's
kills
going on?
me.
These Aldo guys all at one time.
What happened there?
What the fuck is going on?
I love the choice of music, and he killed that shit, man. I know we ain't supposed to give him too much praise on here, but he did kill it.
Yeah.
Every time I see that opener, it just slays me, man.
Everybody is ready to go ham about all this Ryan Poles shit.
Yeah.
Man, did you listen to the press conference, man?
I didn't get to it until later, man. I've been frustrated, irritated. I can't sleep. Shit, man. I'm just and it's about this whole thing about I just can't wait till the fucking free agency season starts, man. That shit's woo.
Mm-hmm. I know.
I gotta tell people this is what we're doing tonight. We're waiting on Tooch and Dan Aguirre. Dan should be here in about 5 minutes or so, and Tooch is busy with the children. He's going to put them to bed, and then he'll come over and take over behind the scenes, and then present his Bears State of Affairs about an hour and a half into the show. We are going to talk a lot of Bears football today because there was a lot of news out of the combine, and Ryan Poles, Matt Eberflus met the media. So I've got some sound clips so that we can all react to and try to read in between the lines as to what's going on with this whole Justin Fields thing. Because, yeah, we're going to do due diligence here. We're going to look at all the quarterbacks, but we like him, but he's got to do this, he's got to do that. So, I mean, I think it was all fairly honest, but maybe not. The great pontificator, the other Dan, is going to do some voice analysis work on Ryan Poles and try to decipher whether he was being honest or not. We'll listen in on Matt Eberflus. We've got hopefully Bear State of Affairs with a can of whip ass. And then we've got our very, very special OT show, which was a big fucking hit last week. By the way, I asked the other Dan to come up with a graphic for the overtime show, and this is what he did.
Overtime, fuckers.
Wait, and then what did you? We made this a race. It was like I'm a rookie, right? I'm learning from the great Podfather. So we made this a race. Who could make something better at the same time while we were waiting for the show to start? And what did you do? I think I lost.
Yeah, you got your ass.
I said, Aldo,
Nice,
can you just make people think that I made that one for us?
Yeah, we were going to try to fool people, and then I figured, that won't.
You said, fuck it, I'm just going to ruin him on this.
You know what? That next day, I went into a chat room, and as soon as I got in there, people was like, "Oh man," they were raving about it. I went to 3 or 4 different chat rooms that day, and people were like really liking it. And I was just like, okay. Well, I mean, and I told them, get in the comment section, and I'll say that again. Get in the comment section and let us know what you would like for us to be doing with that time frame, and we will do it. Don't expect no big. I'm not giving you the tabletop names that everybody's talking about. I deep dive, motherfucker. I find shit. Yeah. You're gonna enjoy yourself.
Nomad is so right on that. He sent me a list of names. He sent the other Dan and me a list of names so we could put some clips together. And I got to tell you, man, there was maybe 1 or 2 names that I recognize. And so when looking through the clips, I'm saying, holy shit, how come I never heard of this motherfucker before? And so that segment from Nomad, which will be on in about 2 hours and 15 minutes, is going to be a wow. He's picked some excellent potential prospects for the Chicago Bears to be to take a look at. And I'll just add that Greg Gabriel and Danny Shimon are doing the same work. They're doing some unknowns, a lot of guys that could be first-round draft picks for the Chicago Bears, and you can find that all on our Patreon channel, and I'll put that up a little later for you. It's just $10 a month for the next 2 months, so about $20-$30 or whatever. So if you can hop on and help pay those guys for their hard work, that would be great. And then Nomad I can see Nomad now, even though he doesn't have his camera on. He's saying, "What about me, brother? What about that moolah for me?"
Nah, man, I love to do it, man. I love to do it because I get tired of hearing the same names being repeated all the time. And I believe if this GM has proven anything to us so far, is that they're going to go for volume and it's going to be value picks. And that means to me, think about after the third round, how many times they can trade back and gather capital. It's going to be guys you never even heard of. And so I kind of went into that territory for you.
Yeah, I love it because that's the sweet spot, from the second pick on or the second round on, you get down into the third, fourth, fifth round. If you can gather picks in those rounds, man, these are some of the guys that you're talking about that the Bears can pick up and add value to the team, quantity over quality.
What's this Torian Whitfield just put up there? Something about Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall tweeted out a picture congratulating Rodgers on a great career, as if he knows perhaps that Rodgers is retiring. I have not seen the tweet.
That motherfucker's running from
Brandon.
That would
stop following Brandon after a while.
He's running from us. Fuck him.
What do you think he's running from?
He's running from this ass whooping he knows is coming. He ain't gonna be able to dominate Chicago forever. I don't want him to retire. I don't want him to go nowhere. I want his ass.
He knew when he was talking shit about he owned the Bears that it was that towards the end of his career. And he'd be done. He'd walk away from it, right?
Man. You know what? I got to tell you, man, the fact that if he retires and we don't get a chance to kick his ass in a regular season game and send him out the right way, that's really going to hurt me. That's going to be one of my major disappointments as a Bears fan.
Mine too.
That's going to sting, man, because he can always go back to that, and how many times he did that to us, and we were never really able to do anything about it.
Right.
That's just going to sting. Man.
It's like
I hate to go off. Go ahead, please.
No, you want the torch to be passed, right? You want Fields to take it from Rodgers. And if he's denied that, it's almost like a pussy output from him, just retiring from the game before that could happen. Let some other team take it from me. Even if it's not the Bears, let Detroit, Minnesota take the reign from you and, hold it. And I guess it's kind of already happened in a way because Minnesota did for him, but it's just be nice to see Justin Fields take it back,
But is it wrong of me to, because we can't erase all the ass kickings Aaron Rodgers has led against the Bears. I mean, some of the most embarrassing defeats in Chicago Bears history were the Packers beating the Bears with Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback. I mean, the 50-point burger game, that fucking hurt. I was at a game. I was in Hawaii on vacation with my wife, and there were Bears and Packers when I went to a bar. Bears got off to a good start. I'm feeling fucking good. And then all of a sudden, that whole fucking bar of Hawaiian tourists, they all turned into Green Bay Packers fans. And the Bears got their ass kicked, and Rodgers was throwing balls up, and they were making great catches. So my point is it bad of me to say that the only way I will feel better is if the Bears end Aaron Rodgers' career like Corey Wooten did to Brett Favre?
I was going to say that. It might be. I don't know.
I would say it's wrong. A lot of those years with Aaron Rodgers, I've been all over the damn place and moving around and busy working. I wasn't all that tied in. I'd catch a game here and there, but I'm glad I wasn't as tied in as you guys. I'd probably be fucking hot right now. Him talking about retiring right now.
You would, man.
Thank God Dan's not here yet.
Yeah,
I wonder how true it is.
Dan and Dwyer will send you the DVDs of those games, Nobat, so you can get fucking really pissed off.
No, I'm good.
He's got all those fucking games and he watches them too. That's the crazy thing. Fuckers at home watching the 1999 Packers ass kicking the Bears.
Why would I do that? It's like hula hooping asshole naked with a barbed wire hula hoop or something. The fuck? Why would I want to watch that? Why would I do that to myself?
It took a minute to process in my head, like, oh, okay.
I don't even know where that came from, but that's kind of like torture. Why would you do that?
Exactly.
Hey, I think Dan Aguirre is with us. Dan, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me well? Yeah, we can blame the sports director for mistiming the automation with Virginia Tech, which is why I'm late tonight. But nevertheless, I'm here.
Oh,
it's great to hear your voice, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
So, do you have anything you want to share with us about your personal life before we talk football?
Personal life? No, nothing. I saw the Cocaine Bear.
Oh, you did?
Ooh.
And I saw a movie called Bunker, which was like the old Kurt Russell movie, The Thing, by John Carpenter, meets Alien, meets The Twilight Zone. These guys are trapped in a bunker during World War I. They've taken a German bunker, and then all the sci-fi shit happens after they're in the bunker. But that was good, and Cocaine Bear was much more violent than I anticipated. Like, I liked it, don't get me wrong. I like shit like that. But I expected it to be more of a comedy. But it was more violent than comedy, but it was good. And I see that there are rated R toys out for it already. And so, hey, it must be doing well.
Yeah.
Did you roll up in there by yourself or with some big woman?
She was only big in the sense that she's 6 feet tall, but yeah, she's
very nice.
That's good enough.
Man, someone's got some pussy going on, doesn't he? He doesn't pack. He doesn't leave without packing his pussy, does he?
Fall out of his pocket, like Eddie Murphy used to say. His pussy fall out of his pocket.
No, that's not the case. But
did you hear this?
The case, right, Dan?
Dan,
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Do you hear this rumor about Aaron Rodgers might be retiring?
No, I don't believe that. How many seasons in a row have we talked about this now? He's becoming Brett Favre. Everything about him is like Brett Favre. Now he's going to the Jets, maybe he's going to retire. He's masturbating in dark rooms. I don't know what's happening with Rodgers, but I don't think he's going to retire. Every season he's talking about retiring now.
He was holed up in that place with a fella or something.
Probably the Kevin guy. They reunited.
Nobody know about it.
There is somebody in the chat I'm looking for. I misplaced it. Somebody in the chat said that Brandon Marshall tweeted out that congratulations on your career. Rogers to Cobb, man. They throw remote.
That's true. When Joe Buck said Cobb, that's exactly when I threw the remote. And to this day, that bothers me. I love Brandon Marshall, but don't tweet him. Don't talk to Aaron Rodgers. He's our fucking enemy. He's our enemy in life, in death. If there's an afterworld, we should all get together and beat the dog shit out of him.
By the time we get players, we're all going to love Favre more than Rodgers. I shouldn't say love, but we're going to all appreciate Brett Favre more than we will Rodgers, right? By the time the two careers are over.
I don't know. Politics kind of has me against Favre, like where he's stealing from the poor, allegedly. That sort of.
Allegedly.
Like Rodgers, as much as I don't like him and think he's a smug fuck, there's no accusations of him stealing from like welfare and stuff. So
yet.
You guys ever watch Brandon Marshall's show, his podcast? Anybody ever watch that?
No, I didn't know about it.
No.
Oh, he's got a big time podcast. And one thing you'll find out after watching his podcast, if you watch it enough times, is he has Brandon Marshall, being the personality that he is, has an uncanny way of getting information out of people. So I wouldn't just thumb my nose to him might be knowing something about Aaron Rodgers. He finds out shit. He usually puts out accurate shit.
Well, in spite of that, I'm not saying that that's inaccurate at all. What Nomad, what you just said. I mean, you could be 100% right. I guess my view on it is Rodgers might be telling B. Marsh that he's retiring on February 28th, but by the time July and August hits, I think he'll want to play again. I think he's fickle. He's capricious. He goes back and forth, you know? Kind of like Favre did toward the end. It was just every year it was like, we're on Favre watch in Mississippi. Is he playing? Is he not playing? We're outside of his house. Remember all that shit on NFL Network circa 07, 8, 9?
He's doing the same exact shit. Yeah, you're right.
He's become Favre. And like, if he gets traded to the Jets, it would be just absolutely everything. And again, what Favre was upset because they drafted Rodgers. Rodgers was upset because they drafted Jordan Love. Their careers are parallel to each other.
Yeah, he's going to be a meme one of these days if male menstruation was a guy. Motherfucker got he gets a period. I'm convinced of it.
J2K makes a good point. He says, I don't think Rodgers wants to share that Hall of Fame stage with Brady. Yeah, I mean, he'd want to share it with, the Mardi Gras people.
You're correct on that, too. Rodgers, whenever he goes in, he's going to want to be the number one guy, like the center of attention. There's no way he wants to enter the Hall of Fame and have to split that with Brady, because Brady, whenever he goes in, God could be going into the Hall of Fame the same year. Brady's going to be number one on the marquee. God is 1B. So I'm not a Brady guy, but you win all those Super Bowls, you get your acolytes, man. So I don't think Rodgers will want to, like that alone. That is such a good point. I don't think he'll want to share the room with Tom Brady at all.
Dan Aguirre is going to be in the fucking grassy knoll when Mahomes goes in.
I hate Rodgers more than Mahomes.
Grassy knoll. That's good. Triangulation of fire. He'll have two other guys with him, though.
And then we'll have video footage of it, and somehow the media will say there was one guy who did it from the opposite direction, and everyone will believe it.
I saw you post something. What'd you post this week, Dan? You post something about the Kansas City Chiefs, something related to Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, it was the officials. It was like it showed 10 referees holding the trophy. We're saying the referees were taking in the celebration of Kansas City winning as well.
That's good.
I was like, damn,
He was in some shit. Did you all see that earlier?
What's that?
I tweeted, again, to all disclosure, please don't hate me, right-wingers. I'm defending Mike North right now. But I tweeted something up from Jeff Pearlman, whom we've had on the show before. He had tweeted out some negative Trump stuff. And full disclosure, negative Trump stuff makes my penis really, really rock hard. So I shared it. And Mike North is on there arguing back and forth with somebody else. I don't even know who the other person is. Like, it turned into a big argument. I came to Mike's defense and said, look, man, politics are immaterial. You have my immense respect. And then the other guy was criticizing Mike for being religious. And like, I'm not religious, but if Mike gets strength from the Bible, fuck, who am I to criticize him for that? That's one thing the liberals do. I will confess, the left, man, they're very condescending to people of faith. Even though I'm not a person that is religious, I don't think I'm right. And I don't think religious people are stupid. But so many on the left are like that. And like I said, I feel bad for Mike having to be in the middle of one of these Twitter wars right now.
Wait a minute, Aguirre. So you telling me right here live on Bare Their Souls that you don't believe that we have a sky daddy?
I don't like definitively saying something because I can't prove to you that there isn't a God. But if you're going to make me announce a decision, I would probably lean toward no. But in spite of that, I would defend your right and Aldo's and the other Dan's, and I don't even know you all's opinions on God, but I would certainly defend your right to be religious and not be mocked. I don't think you should be mocked. If your opinion differs from mine, I don't think it makes it any less have any less value.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's a lot of these people out here you're talking to that pretty much traded in actual Jesus for Donald Trump.
I can't disagree with you on that.
All right, let's talk about Ryan Poles. I get out of that one.
That's a great segue.
You didn't say Ryan Pace.
We want Ryan Poles to be so good that we compare him to the Messiah himself, which I realize is blasphemous, and I apologize.
Which is not Donald Trump.
Exactly.
What a press conference today by Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus. There's a lot to dissect, so I apologize for interrupting, but I really want to get to this. And I think a lot of our fans have been reacting to the title of this show, Can We Trust Ryan Poles? And the reason I wanted to talk about things under that umbrella tonight is because we really only know what of him about what he did last season. That came out wrong, but I think you know what I'm trying to say here is his draft picks appear to be promising, but not all lockdown players. A good find in Larry Borum, a couple of good second rounders, which you would expect, but there's still something weird about this guy, in my opinion. The way he just wrecked this team, took it down to absolute zero. My mic sounds muffled, somebody says.
I was just going to say, I think there's something with your mic.
Take off.
He's not
Where's
as clear
your
as he
headset?
normally is.
Yeah, you sound like you're more tinny, or like
Now
you're not as live as you used to be.
Still muted. Still muted.
Muted. Middle of the show. Technical difficulties, guys. This is what happens. All right, we can't hear you. Nope. Nothing. Not a zero zilch. Guys, so what were we just talking about?
How's it? Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Barely hearing you.
Turn up your gain or something. Getting better.
I can't hear you guys.
We can hear you though. Getting better.
There it is.
You sounded like
Can you hear me now?
you were underwater, like in a
much
horror
better.
film.
Yes, much better.
Like you've come back from being drowned, like on Ted Danson's character on Creep Show.
Can't hear you guys.
Oh no!
Nothing. He's got to jump out, reset his settings, and hop back in.
Where he was going was about the what Ryan Poles. It's all about, do we trust him or not?
You're right.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let you guys fire off before I say anything. But I feel a certain way about all that.
Well, it was interesting because he was saying that he doesn't necessarily trust Ryan Poles right now, and I'll let you go, Dan. You were about to speak.
I was just going to say I hated seeing that the Payne guy from Washington had been franchised because, again, I thought that was an opportunity for the Bears to get a splash player and not have to draft him, know, up front there on the D line. But with Payne gone, well, here's Aldo. Let's see if we can get to the presser.
Can you hear us, Aldo?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're much better. 100%
Turn it down
better.
a little bit. You're a little loud.
I'm a little loud. That's what my wife says.
There you go. You're good.
He sounds about normal to me.
Yep, there you go.
All right. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. How's that?
Great. Perfect.
Okay. All right. So did I miss anything while I was away? I heard you guys
You were talking about Daron Payne, yes.
Yeah, I said the Payne got franchised, and that's unfortunate for the Bears.
Yeah, I tweeted out today. It's the bad luck that this team has had finding their 3-tech. Larry Ogunjobi last year, they signed him to a contract. This was going to be the solution, that 3-tech. But then his X-rays or his medicals didn't come back with the green card for the staff to say, yeah, let's sign him to this long-term contract. And then, in my opinion, the number 1 rated 3-tech that everyone thought the Bears were going to aggressively pursue, he's franchise tagged, so he's out of the loop unless the Commanders want to trade with the Bears. I don't think Ryan Poles is in the mood to trade. He kept talking about value today, value, to the point where it sounded like he was pinching pennies. He sounded like George Halas. So it worries me that that's the state of mind that he's in. And based on his record from last season, he's got a lot to prove. He proved that he can tear down the team. Now can he build the team up? So let me start with some sound from his press conference. This, to me, was one of the most
I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about this, because he basically said, I would like to make this trade of the number 1 draft pick before free agency starts. So he's talking about making this trade right after the combine. This is Ryan Poles.
Scenarios that it might benefit us to move, before free agency, opens potentially. But again, when we get back with all the information that we've gathered from here, I think we'll have a better direction.
Guys?
I don't know.
You make anything out of that?
Well, to me, go ahead. He's got to go. Dan Aguirre.
Oh, that was the other Dan.
I was just saying it's a lying season. Greg said it himself, so I'm not going to take too much stock in that. I'll let somebody else go after me. I'm done.
It seems like his clothes still aren't fitting, which is bizarre to me. When I look at him, I'm like, this guy, he's making millions and millions of dollars. Why are his clothes so fucking tight or something?
Italian beefs and Chicago pizza. That's what it is.
But on a level of substance, I think maybe he's telling the truth there. He's just saying it behoove us to make this trade so we know what we have to go after in free agent. Maybe he's just telling the truth right there.
What do you think, Nomad?
I think a deal is imminent, and I think they're waiting to pull the trigger on it and finalize it. I think they know exactly who they're going to trade with. I believe it's Houston. I think it's going to be Houston. I think, to me, when I've thrown these trades around in my head so many times, but to me, the only thing that makes sense, if you want to get a bounty in this thing, is to trade and get to second. You get to second, and that's when the knife fights are going to start happening, because somebody's got an idea of who they want as a quarterback, and whoever that second, it's going to come out whoever Houston wants. And when that does come out, they're gonna come to polls like a motherfucker trying to get to that second pick to get the quarterback that they want. So the idea, to me, I think the deal is pretty much done. He's just gonna announce it after he gets done talking to everybody and the medicals and shit start happening. I think that's when we're gonna find out about it.
If I can just add that if you watch the whole press conference, his voice crackled every time he talked about trading Justin Fields or whatever the questions were that were involving Justin Fields. His voice crackled when he talked about him. So I think that said a lot to me.
You mean that's positive or negative?
Like positive, as in he was like trying to not say that he wanted to trade Justin Fields, but he wanted to make it open that he could. And then his voice would crackle when he was trying to say that, specific sentence. You could hear it in his voice that he was like, he doesn't, Justin Fields is going nowhere, but he has to let the media, the national media and everyone else think that it's possible.
If you're the Texans and you make that trade with the Bears now, aren't you just like that fucking Lovie Smith? Why couldn't he just lay down against the Colts?
Man, that might be in hindsight wow, what if that actually they have to give? I don't think they're going to ask. I think people are going to be in an uproar when they first hear about if it's Houston, like I think it is. They're going to hear about this trade, and on the surface, it's going to look like we didn't get much for a number 1 pick, and the whole fucking fan base is going to go nuts, not seeing the big picture. That it's only one move, and the idea to get to second is the plan to move down further and get more capital. And so, people that are listening to the show now, they get it, but majority of the fan base won't get it, and they're going to go nuts.
So do you think, Nomad, that they would give us a number 1 to move up number 1 or something less?
I mean, I'm thinking just because you really value getting to that spot as a GM, being Ryan Poles, you wouldn't go overboard with asking them for too much because there's a bigger picture or a bigger hand to be played afterward. I can't really assume what they might give up. Could be players, could be a player and a pick. I don't know, but who knows, man? But I think that the plan is probably just to get to 2 and let the chips fall where they may, no matter how you got to get there.
Well, based on what he said there, to me, the biggest walk away sounded to me like he is trying to drive the price up So he's telling people, all the other general managers, that, yeah, I would like to get this thing done, which is start fucking calling me if you haven't called me already. I want to hear all your best offers, and I want to hear them now. And then he went on to say in the press conference, then when we get back to Chicago, back to Halas Hall, we'll figure it all out. So he is really campaigning now, is the gut feeling that I get for offers. And let me play a little bit more to see if we can get to the bottom of this. Ryan Poles, can he be trusted or not? These are Poles talking about whether to decide whether to trade back, and what's the value of trading back. What's the kind of parameter?
Game I talk about really getting our draft board set up, see where, if we move to this spot, who's available. I always talk about value, right? So there's going to be certain players that are going to be in the value bucket. How many are there, which is going to dictate how far we can move back.
So he's got players close to finalized in terms of what round this guy should be drafted in, how much money this player fit into the bucket, and so forth. So he's got that kind of mapped out. So I of course we're never going to find out where he's put certain players at, but he's got this game plan of trying to determine what's the absolute most you can get back, because he realizes this team is so fucking deficient. He can't spend $40 million or $30 million on a defensive player because there's just so much, and he kept using this word value. That's what I got. And Mr. Shorty and I were talking before the show, and I got the sense that you kind of agreed with that line of thinking.
Yes. God, what was the we were talking about specifically that I think that he's calling the bluff, right? He has to make it appear that this team needs this and needs this and needs that, right? And also included in that is Justin Fields as a possible trade scenario. He threw me off on that subject because I was listening to you and I was like, what were we talking about? But like he needs to tell the world that they're in this position that they hold all the cards, right? And from that point on, it's, what do you have to offer me? And whether it's, if you're going to offer me a trade for Justin Fields, let me listen to it. Let me evaluate these players that we have on the board, because if you're sitting there with number one, you have to go through if you're not doing your due diligence on going through all the quarterbacks in that draft, you are not a general manager. You have to do that. It's sad to say, but we all in our hearts know that JF1 is the quarterback, but you have to go through that process as the general manager to make sure, right? Not even to make sure, just to do your due diligence, just so that everyone else knows that you're doing that. And if you're not doing your job. It's gonna pay its dividends in the end. If everyone thinks that it's possible they could trade Justin Fields, the whole narrative changes, and I think it just helps the team in the long run. Sorry if that was the wrong answer.
There is no wrong answer.
That whole talk about Justin, every time somebody brings it up, I absolutely ignore the motherfucker. I got friends that call me. I'm like, dude, don't call me with that bullshit. Dude, the dude is the general manager. You're going to hear rumors. You're going to hear all kinds of gossip. People are going to be putting shit out on Twitter, all kinds of shit. And you, as a general manager, you don't answer it really directly because you need to keep the waters muddy. So keeping that mud out there, as long as he's talking to Justin, which it sounds like he has, and it sounds like Eberflus and Poles had him in the draft room last year, and they're going to have him in the draft room again this year. So what's that tell you? He ain't going no fucking where. So I don't even want to hear that shit about him. Listen, we could talk about a whole lot of shit, but that ain't worth conversation in my eye.
if you listen to Rich Eisen's interview with him, you could tell by him saying when he asked the question, "Do you think they're looking to trade you?" He's like, "I don't know." Like he had no idea in his mind, but you could tell they had the conversation. He's not going anywhere.
Well, let me play 2 or 3 sound bites for you guys, and let me know afterwards if you still think 100% Justin Fields is not being traded. This is Poles being asked if there are any changes with his relationship with Justin Fields.
Things changed there. I saw, the deal from yesterday in terms of leaning one way or the other.
That was the Adam Schefter tweet that was sent out saying that the Bears are now considering trading the pick and not trading Justin Fields.
I think that's always been the case. We've always leaned that way because Justin did some really good things. I'm excited about where his game's going to go. But at the same time, when you sit in our situation at 1 overall, you have to do your due diligence. You have to investigate everything. You got to spend time with those guys just to make sure we're making the right decision. What's important to me, and I think everyone knows me by now, and how I want to treat our players, we'll be in communication with Justin along the way just to make sure that, he knows what we're doing and nothing's a surprise to him.
Have you talked to him already about that and the fact that there's going to be a lot of chatter about the quarterback position kind of until you guys make a move?
Yeah, we anticipated this a while ago, so we've been in communication with him.
Can you tell us what that was like?
No, it's just that there's going to be a lot of noise, and I'm going to just know that I'm going to keep you up to date with what we're doing and why we're doing it. And I think that's important for him to kind of know what we're doing.
There's been a lot of speculation about offers coming in for the #1 pick. Have teams reached out potentially about Justin and you guys maybe moving on from him?
Yeah, there's been a lot of different scenarios, and it's really just kind of starter conversations right now. So nothing specific about players, picks, and all that. It's just interest.
All right, so let me play just one more. Now, this is from Matt Eberflus. So clearly, we're hearing that from Ryan Poles is that there are people calling and inquiring about Justin. And I'm making specific offers, but they want to hear. And clearly, Poles just said we're doing due diligence on these other quarterbacks, but we're letting Justin know what's going on. Now let's listen to Eberflus talk about Justin Fields. Let me see if I got the right one queued up here. He was asked, are you ready to commit to Justin Fields? And this is his response.
Yeah, like we said, we're just in the process of evaluation of everything right now. So, Justin had a really good year last year. We're excited where his progress is. And just like everybody else, he's working to improve his game as we are as a football team.
It doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement to me. What do you think, Dan Aguirre?
No, it doesn't. And the interview with Fields on Rich Eisen bothered me too. I think when I read between the lines, it feels like they're trying to move him. But I don't want that to be true. Someone had just said in the chat group there, like all this trade talk is scaring me, and I feel the same way.
Aldo, if you could just play the previous clip where you can hear the crackle in his voice.
That's
what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were talking about in the previous question. I was like thrown off because I was like, the crackle in his voice. Listen to this.
All right, stand by here. I cue it up here. Where the fuck is it? Okay, here it is.
The crackle in
Things changed there. I saw, the deal from yesterday in terms of leaning one way or the other. I think that's always been the case.
Right there, right?
That crackle in his voice.
Because he swallowed. Is that what it is?
I don't know. Well, you guys, I was not at all thinking it was possible, but now
I know for sure that alien probed your ass now.
I was talking to Aldo in the pregame about that crackle. I thought it was because he was trying to not give away that he doesn't want to trade Justin Fields, but now you're like putting this out in the air. It's like, well, maybe that crackle meant something else. I don't know.
I took it. The way I'll tell you how I took that whole thing. I'll be honest with you guys. It looked like to me that there was a plan going into this presser and into this portion of the offseason to put on the illusion and also put pressure on Justin at the same time to let him feel like, out in the public that, okay, we're really evaluating you too, dude. You need to step your shit up and bring a better Justin to the table, while at the same time, I'm sure they've all sat down and said, hey, we need to be on the same page when we go out here and we do this this media gauntlet. We need to be very vague. To me, it's good business acumen to go out there and muddy it all up and you would want people to assume that you would think that they would go in there and the first people they would want to be talking to is defensive tackles or offensive tackles. No, they let it be known that they're going to be out there looking at quarterbacks. You want that out in the atmosphere to create doubt. So to me, it's brilliant business acumen for them to have that strategy. So that's the way I saw it.
What do you think, Dan Aguirre? Nomad makes a really good point. This was probably a concerted attempt by Poles and Eberflus to go out there and try to drive the value of the number one pick by lying and saying, we're talking about Justin. We're exploring all options. We're doing due diligence, but they have no fucking desire to want to trade Justin and start this thing over. What do you think about what he said?
I hope. That's all I can say is I hope. I just don't get that certitude. It doesn't manifest with me at all because it feels so Bears. I'm stuck in pessimism with the Bears, I guess. It feels so Bears to me to trade this guy and then have him immediately win a Super Bowl or like go to the Pro Bowl numerous times with somebody else. So I don't know, man. I'm stuck in this negative spot. So I can believe anything with the Bears and fucking up stuff.
I can believe it too. I believe it too. It's possible.
You know what? I excuse you for interrupting, but I got to tell you, it is kind of fun. But I don't think, Nomad is having fun, kind of trying to figure out the body language, everything to get clues as to what's going to go on.
We should bring in Bill O'Reilly. Remember, he was the big body language expert there for years on Fox.
That's right. I forgot.
I saw an effort to be vague is what I saw overall. Be as vague as you can be and not be committal about one thing or another in regards to the pick and in regards to Justin. That's what I saw.
PJ,
I agree.
But I'll tell you guys something else. If you guys think you guys might be, this thought of this may upset some people, but I would not be surprised, nor would I be upset if we didn't if we didn't pick inside of the top 10. I would not be upset. Why? It's because I'm confident in these guys' ability to be able to evaluate talent and coach. And so therefore, that's leading into some of the stuff that's going to go on in overtime, but I'm not that sold on all these people calling guys, these generational talents. Oh, that shit's bullshit to me. Any one of those guys from 1 to 7th round could be a generational talent if you know what you're doing. So I'm not big on that first 10 to 20 guys that might get drafted. Will McDonald and Thule and Trenton Simpson may be the exceptions.
I think that's a good point. Let's listen to Ryan Poles talking about. He was asked, is it better to trade back and as opposed to using a number one pick?
Yeah, it just depends how far back. But yeah, we need a lot, and that gives us more opportunity to bring in more players. So it's a good situation to be in for where our club is. But at the same time, when I talk about where guys are on the draft chart, if we have someone that's so high and in a special category that says, this guy's going to affect our team both from a culture standpoint and also from a game day standpoint, then that might be the best thing to do as well. But in a vacuum, moving back gives you more opportunities to hit more players and continue to add to the core of this team.
Dan Aguirre, there is no way they're going to trade Justin Fields if he wants to trade back, right?
I hope so. Again, I don't mean to be negative, but I could see them making a dumb decision. I'm still not sold on him. He still hasn't fired Alan Williams, for God's sake, who I know Nomad likes, but I think Alan Williams is a bum. I hope I'm wrong, but to me, Alan Williams should have been fired like before week 7 or week 18, like before the season was even over.
I'm neither here nor there with Alan Williams. I'll defend him because I'm not actually defending Alan Williams. I'm defending the situation he's been put in more than him.
Exactly.
I don't know Alan Williams more than you do, but it was just kind of, to me, it's kind of unfair to really judge him based on the amount of talent that he had. To me, that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I totally agree. When you trade away Khalil Mack and then you trade away Robert Quinn and then you get rid of Roquan Smith, your 3 best players on defense, how can you expect Alan Williams to pull a rabbit out of his ass? It just ain't going to happen. And then you've got rookies in the defensive backfield, promising rookies, but this is their rookie year. They're playing alongside other rookies, and as the season wore on, because of Eddie Jackson's injuries, other injuries, there were free agent defensive backs playing out there with no pass rush. I mean, everyone that started in the defensive line for this team, for Alan Williams, is a backup. They're not a starter. There is nobody. So that's why when I hear criticisms of Alan Williams and even Luke Getsy, I'm like, but where's the talent for these guys to work with? I don't know.
I could say like 39 things to that, but I've already said them in previous shows. So
say it one more time.
I mean, like the game plan against Philadelphia, they came out blitzing, and that's why they were in the game. But he was afraid to do that in any other contest. It's like if you're getting nicked to death in your little cover 2 safety shell scheme, and you're not winning and you're getting beaten consistently, you can't even force a punt. Well, then try to do something to deceive them, like blitz a corner or a safety occasionally just to change it up, just to give them a different look, to see something they're not expecting, something. And like you said, those defensive linemen, they look like they're pillow fighting at like a 13-year-old girl's slumber party. They're just standing up and they're on their tiptoes immediately as soon as the ball is snapped. Like, you got to move forward, man. You can't just be on your flat-footed every time. And there was they had that system. Oh, we're going to hold people accountable. No one was held accountable. There was never any fucking changes or anything on that defensive scheme the whole season. I know Khalil was traded before. I know Khalil was traded before the season, but they knew that going into the season. And Robert Quinn, whom I liked and appreciated his 18.5 sacks in 2021, had like a sack or a sack and a half at the time he was traded. It's not like he was doing that much. And Roquan had only had 2 good games under that system against the Texans and against New England. So,
Dan,
go ahead, Nomad, please.
I could help out here because I told Shorty on when we were doing his show that in college we ran a 4-3 base defense with mostly zone coverages, and we ran the West Coast offense. So I'm familiar with everything we're running in Chicago right now. And I can remember one time we had like 2 or 3 injuries up front with our main core guys up front, our defensive tackle, I think an end, and maybe the backup nose guard or something like that. We had big injuries one game, and it came. That was probably like my 3rd or 4th game, and that's when it really dawned on me that. And I had to listen to a coach tell me, he was like, "Man, listen, we're down on our front. That means you motherfuckers got your work cut out for them, because the concept in the 4-3 base defense zone concepts are engineered by the front 4 being able to get home. So if your front 4 can't get home, it looks like shit. Period. If you don't have the talent for your front 4 to get home, the whole concept looks like shit."
Yeah, but I think everyone's ignoring the fact that I said I was advocating blitzing more because the front 4 wasn't doing anything. In the game they did blitz more. They almost beat the team that won the NFC conference championship, the Eagles, because they were blitzing, which is, if you know that your front 4 is shit and they can't get home, the fact that they were blitzing was confusing Philadelphia because they hadn't seen it, and Hurts was throwing interceptions early in the game, if you can recall. So the fact that they did become aggressive actually made a difference.
Well, Dan, that's risky too, but especially when you got like 4 or 5 rookies out there in the secondary. Because when you're not confident in what your secondary can do behind those blitzes, you're not so tempted to call those blitzes. You want to play it safe. You want to sit in the soft zone and try to give those young players back there, a chance. So you don't want to put them out there
for us,
huh?
How was that working out for us? Game after game, and you can't even get their other team's punter to punt, and it's like it's a slow death. It's almost like you're given this ultimatum of, well, you can be given this. It's like Val Kilmer, like it was like, well, you've got throat cancer, you can just sit it out and pray and just stay with your little 4-3 bullshit that can't get any pressure, or you can take some medicine and try to do something different and try to fucking win instead of just staying in this stagnant thing that's not working. Okay, if everyone disagrees, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sorry. I hope I'm wrong. I think this man is terrible. Alan Williams.
Rickie's already got too much pressure on him, man. That would have been a lot. That'd have been way too much for him. You know, that's a lot of coverage back there, and that's a lot of. It just doesn't. I don't envy Alan Williams and what he had to do to patch that thing together and make it look at least, respectable. And he could barely do that with the kind of talent that he had with all those rookies. So, you in a rock and a hard place talking about blitzing and how good you can be on defense when you don't even have a forward that can get to the quarterback. It's just bad. I understand the concept. I know it like the back of my hand. It's just fucked up when you can't get to the quarterback.
What was Muhsin Muhammad, like 15 tackles and 1 sack this year?
In my heart, I believe something must have been wrong with him. I've never seen him not be able to get around the corner. Not one fucking year when he was in Indianapolis. He got around the corner, even if it was just pressures and he didn't get the sack. He got around the corner. It's like something must have been wrong with him, and he didn't disclose it to the media or whatever, but he just didn't look right to me.
Injury.
Something was going on with him.
You guys could talk about shit for you and Dan could go back and forth for hours.
I think it's just about. I do know this concept well. It's ingrained once you run that shit and you're playing it. It's ingrained in you, and you know what has to be there in order for that kind of defense to be effective. It's a great defense to play in when you have the players to play in it. If you don't have the players, it looks like shit.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Well, and that defense is not designed for a lot of blitzing. It's designed to work off of a 4-man rush, and in today's NFL, that's what's happening all around. You want 7 guys back there defending against the pass, blanketing the entire field, and you want to try to win with just a 4-man rush because quarterbacks.
But if you don't have that personnel, though, don't you have to? Isn't your job to cater a plan based upon your players, even if that means not being stuck in a scheme? Like you can't be stuck with your scheme if your talent doesn't fit it. You know what I mean? Like you have to figure out the best plan for the 11 people you have on the field at any given moment.
Mm-hmm.
Your talent has to, your scheme. You can't just be say, well, they can't. It's like who's the coach? It's fuck. He's from West Virginia, actually. He was with the Knicks, the Suns, the Rockets. He was like when Steve Nash was with the Suns. Most recently, he was at the Rockets when they had
Rudy Tomjanovich.
No, not Rudy. He was. Fuck. Anyway, his teams, they just like against the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago, they missed 27 straight 3-pointers. But it's because their scheme said you have to keep shooting 3-pointers. Your job should be to come in and say, well, we're not making them tonight. We have to make adjustments. He couldn't make adjustments, which is the reason why he got fired. But that's God. Why can't I think of his name? I can see him in my fucking head. But he was like when the Suns had Barbosa and Stoudemire and Steve Nash. Not Dan Marley. Thunder Dan was was a guard when Barkley was there. Shit. Say it again. D'Antoni? Mike D'Antoni. Thank you. D'Antoni couldn't make he had this system which didn't work in New York at all, but it was successful with Phoenix and Houston, but he couldn't make adjustments. That's my point. You can't just be You have to see what's going on in the field. You can't just be like, well, that's my scheme, and they bet. That's some Matt Nagy shit there. Oh, my scheme is flawless. It's Mitch's fault. It's Mitch's fault. The reason my scheme isn't working. I mean, at some point, you get to be accountable.
I think you're way off there. I don't think Williams is saying my scheme. I think he's saying I need fucking players.
Well, Matt Nagy would have said the same thing.
I don't want to leave my defensive backs out there without help, and to bring blitzes over and over again is putting those young guys out there on a fucking plank, and I don't want to do that to these guys.
I didn't say we should do it all the time. I advocated the game plan against.
I know what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is what Williams is saying, and I don't think you're giving him enough the benefit of the doubt that this guy had a bunch of fucking scrubs, and that defensive line, and to try to aid them with band-aid blitzes is asking for more trouble, because quarterbacks know how to beat the blitz in today's NFL. You have got to have great fucking blitzers, and the Bears don't, in order for that style to work. So I think you're being unfair to him. I really do, man. Let
me paint a picture for it. I'm gonna try this for Dan. I'm gonna just tell you what it felt like, because I remember that game I was describing to you guys like it was yesterday. That was the first time I really felt pressure in college, because when you don't have a forward that can get to the quarterback, it's like every play is like you're running a 5-mile sprint. You're chasing all the time, and you're tackling. You can't wait until you get into the red zone or the goal zone area, when you got a whole lot less field behind you to cover, and then you can clamp down, and that's where that bend but don't break strategy comes from. Okay, they're going to make some plays in front of you, just tackle them, get them down on the ground, and then when we get down in the red zone, we can tighten up our defense a little bit, and then you can use some of those blitzes Dan's talking about. You can make some of those calls right there, because you don't have as much field to cover behind you as a DB and put so much pressure on them. So that's kind of what it feels like when you're on the field dealing with a lack of pressure from your front four. It is stressful. It's a lot of fucking running, and it's not fun. And I don't blame Alan Williams for not calling those blitzes. You want to play it soft and wait until you get down into the red zone, and then just tighten up the best way you can and hope for the best and get out of the game. That's all you can do when you don't have forward that can get home. So that's just how it is in a 4-3 base defense.
That's a good point, Nomad. Good point.
Well, I will button my argument up by saying you lost 13 of your last 14 games because of your predictable scheme. You got to make some adjustments, whether that's blitzing or benching people. You can't just keep doing the same thing that's not working. It's like, are we so far away from the season that you all don't remember how maddening and frustrating certain games were? Like when they can't, I mean, maybe I'm the one who's delusional here. I just don't understand. Like, when you're, again, every game is the same. You've heard the cliche, the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over and hoping for a different outcome. There you go, man.
If I may say, what are the three most important components to this defense? The safety, the will linebacker, and the 3-tech, right? We have the safety.
Nope, it's the nickel.
Oh, I'm sorry. The nickel, yes. And the 3-tech and the will, right?
Yep.
Right.
So
we have the will. We also have the safety, by the way. So those two are locked up.
We don't have the will. We don't have the will. And
we don't have the will. We don't have the will.
I'm not sure that we have the nickel.
Sorry, I meant to say we have the nickel. We have the nickel and the safety right now.
I don't think we have the nickel.
Huh?
I don't think we have the nickel. I think Kyler Gordon found his home on the hash over there on the boundary. I think he's going to be a boundary corner. I think they're going to try to find a nickel. I think Kenny Moore might be an option coming out. It's a few options out there. They could draft as well, but I think Kyler Gordon played much better on the boundary than he did at nickel. I'm not saying he can't play nickel. He can play it, but I think he's better on the boundary. So I think they're still looking for a nickel. I think they need another will, and they definitely need a 3-tech. So I don't think they have any one of those pieces.
Another thing that we're forgetting, I think, in this conversation is how flat they were numerous times this season. And we were all over Nagy. when we were like, man, they're coming out flat as shit every week under him. But the defense would be flat too. Even if you're not as talented as, the other teams or whatever, they're upsets in the league every week. But you're losing 13 out of 14 games. That's the worst stretch in the history of the 103 years of this franchise. So I'm sorry, to just give people a pass for the all-time worst in the history of the franchise is just blindly ignoring what's happening in front of us, in my opinion. I'm not saying you have to necessarily tear the building down and say it's, you can't go back in and condemn it, but man, whatever your plan is not working. Your guys are not responding. They're not coming out with energy, and they're certainly not making plays. They're flat as hell every week.
See, I still have a problem with what you're saying, Dan. It's like you're asking Hercules to do something, but it's really not Hercules. It's fucking Jane or the chimp or I'm messing up my.
Well, I disagree with you respectfully. Like look at the Wanstead years; they're 4-12 back-to-back years, but the defense is still, even if they're undermanned, is really playing good football. Again, like they'll be against like Denver in '96, for example.
Apples and oranges.
The team is quote unquote undermanned. They're still excelling.
You're comparing a defense that has been together for years, and even though some guys are out, these guys have been together for years, and they weren't guys that they pulled in off the street, which is what the Bears had for a good portion of the season. So you can't use that as a legitimate argument. Not for me. I think you're just totally underestimating the fact that these guys were bad players. You stripped them of every good player you had. And, Hair Bear said, Quinn was washed up and Roquan had to go and so forth. And I don't disagree with that. I'm glad that Poles took this approach to rebuilding the team. Tear it all fucking down. And because I wanted that, I knew what to expect. I knew to expect a 4-5 win season. That's what you get when you tear shit down, because you got no stars left. Now this season, when he's got all this draft capital, when he's got all this money, now is when you start evaluating your coaches a little closer. What are you doing with this talent that I gave you? That's the key point. I hate to say this, but you guys who thought that the playoffs and 11 wins and stuff, fuck you. You guys weren't even dealing in reality.
I think, again, you're acting like you brought in NBA players and just said, well, we're going to teach you to play football this season. Everybody they brought in is a professional athlete, whether they're Pro Bowlers or not. I mean, when your front four is just standing up on their tiptoes every play, that's coaching. That is coaching there. That's what they're doing, and they're not doing it right. Every player on that line doesn't suck. They wouldn't be in the NFL if they were as terrible as you all are saying they are. I mean, that's incredible that you would just give. I mean, a lot of that is coaching. At the very least, it's fucking 30-40% coaching. I mean, to say that every player sucked, that is a blanket answer. That's bullshit. I mean, come on, man. Every player on the team sucked. Come on.
Yeah.
Professional athletes.
Can I ask you a pontificating question? What would have happened if Khalil Mack stayed on the team this year?
Nothing.
Exactly. So who cares if he was traded? You guys have mentioned multiple times that they've traded Mack and they traded Quinn. Quinn wasn't doing shit when they traded him, and Mack wouldn't have done shit on this team. So we got draft picks out of that. So it doesn't really matter that we got rid of those players. It matters the other players that we had signed in the offseason didn't make shit for the team. 15 tackles or 15 tackles and 1 sack from Muhammad. I mean, come on.
Well, the reason I mentioned Wani earlier was saying that Wani was able to coach up players that would be deemed shitty and incapable of making Pro Bowls and such. But even if they were losing, the defense still had a fire to it. And these guys had no fire. Like every week, and I'm not trying to speak in cliches. It's just like you can tangibly see there's not a lot of fight there. And I don't believe it's because every guy on the team isn't any good. I just don't buy that.
I agree with you on that. They had fire through most of the season. They were playing. We were all talking about how they were playing with that hits principle. They were like playing with fire for the team, but they just weren't getting it done. And at the end, it kind of fizzled out. But for the most part, the season went well for the defense. They just weren't getting it done.
Dan Aguirre, name me the best players on this defense give me a list of who your best players are.
What difference does that make if you're predisposed
because I'm saying they suck, and so you're saying they don't. So
no, I'm saying everybody on the team's a professional athlete. I mean, it's not like you put in like me.
And they paid.
It's not like I came on the team here.
They played and got paid. So that's the professional part. Now let's talk about quality professional athletes. Tell me who are the best Bears on this defense.
Well, okay, if you want me to just start naming names, like Sanborn played well in the middle to late part of the season before he got hurt. I'm not the biggest Sanborn fan, so don't say that. You told me to name names. He excelled after that trade. There's no denying that. I love our safety that we got from Penn State. He did okay. Gordon didn't have as much of a season, but I feel like is a building block. I don't think Jalen Johnson is all world, but he's not terrible. I mean, so the secondary is okay. The linebackers were playing.
You gave me 4 names there, and 2 of them were okay, and one guy was, So you're not convincing me that they've got quality talent on the defense.
I didn't say they were quality talent. I'm saying that at the very least, they're professional athletes. You can put them in, and you can count on a professional effort, which is what I'm saying we weren't getting in every game. And I think a lot of that is coaching.
I think
if these guys suck, they wouldn't be in the NFL if they were just absolutely terrible, is what I'm saying. If they had no talent, they wouldn't be in the league.
Alan Williams has been coaching professionally since the year 2001. So I don't think he sucks. Defensive assistant, defensive back coach, defensive coordinator, defensive backs coach, 6 years with the Colts. This is a guy that doesn't suck. This is a guy who was dealing with bad talent, that things got out of control. They were searching for answers. It was a fucking train wreck. I am not going to condemn Alan Williams for what transpired last season because he didn't have the weapons. I think it's unfair to do that to anyone. It's like I'm saying, hey, Dan, come and do a podcast for me. I know you don't have a microphone. Maybe you can yell from West Virginia. We'll make it happen somehow. I just feel bad that, anyone that criticizes Alan, I don't think they're being fair to him.
Well, Dan, I guess you never ran into a woman that you didn't have enough dick for. Hey, you can't. If you can't get it done, you can't get it done. There's just no getting around it.
That's a good one.
Just didn't have enough dick. Time to move on.
Don't be mad at me because we disagree.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you at all. I feel like at the very least the defensive line coach has to go. You have to. When you lose 13 of 14 games, you can't just be like, oh, well, everybody on the team was no good, so the coaches stay. Like, there's got to be some accountability there somewhere, some way. That's the worst in 103-year lineage of this team.
Wait a minute,
lose 13 of 14 games. That's a fact. That's not something I made up.
Aguirre, man, listen, you like every other fan in the league. I mean, in our fan base, have every reason to be upset. But even after me describing what it's like to be in that system and knowing what it feels like when you don't have the talent around you, I would have thought that you put the silverware up, put the knives away, man. And just
I didn't play college, but I played football too, man. And I'm not sitting here saying because I played a little bit of football, that's my entire argument. And your argument doesn't matter.
No.
Not fair, man.
I just put it in context. That hopefully I thought that you put the knives away, man. But I mean, there's context to this, the argument that you're making, and I'm just trying to color it in for you. That's all, man.
We might as well just change the subject.
I just love Dan.
Come on, man. You gotta stop doing that, Dad. You gotta quit that, man. It's all right to have. We can have these little disagreements and shit. That's fine.
We're gonna disagree. That's what this should be. I mean, I don't know how else to approach it.
Everything's rosy. It's not rosy.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you one thing, that there's a guy here in this barroom show who we never disagree with. We love him to death, and I wish I could find his fucking video open. There it is. It is time for John D.
My man Chewbacca.
Still dancing. The music's gone.
Yeah, really. What the fuck you doing, man? Can't hear him. He's muted. He's fucking dancing.
Muted again. Muted every time.
Aldo muted me. It wasn't my fault.
I muted you.
Just kidding.
Maybe.
I needed someone to blame. All right. Am I ready for Bear? Are you guys ready for Bears State of Affairs?
We played the Open, and that usually means it's your cue to take it over, brother.
Let's go. All right. Bears State of Affairs. Off-season week 6. What's happening? Barflies. Well, Ryan Poles and his Bears personnel staff are in Indianapolis for the annual NFL Scouting Combine. And apparently the big news today is that Ryan Poles has said Justin Fields will be QB1 for the Bears in 2023. Bears fans everywhere breathed a sigh of relief and let out a collective, well, duh. In 2022, Fields became the first quarterback in NFL history to have 3 touchdown runs of more than 50 yards in a career, and he did it in 1 year. That should put to bed any more talk of the Bears trading Fields on draft day. Or does it? Poles also said today that he would investigate and spend time with the top quarterbacks before the draft. Dun, dun, dun! Also, Poles said he was open to accepting trades that include premium players on other teams in addition to draft picks in exchange for the Bears' coveted #1 overall pick. In fact, Poles stated that such a deal could be finalized before free agency opens on March 15th. Would trading the #1 overall draft pick for only draft picks be a massive mistake? Teams that may be looking to take a quarterback early, like Houston, Indianapolis, Carolina, and Las Vegas, could sweeten the pot by including young players who might be Bears building blocks. Either way, Ryan Poles dropping that statement in a less than subtle suggestion for what was his asking price might really be. At the very least, he's opened the door for even more potential trade partners. And, as Adam Schefter reported today, the Bears have been approached by multiple teams about trading for the #1 overall pick. And Chicago is leaning toward moving the pick. So, the #1 pick now looks like it's for sale. That's Schefter. He really is on top of things. And in similar news, potential Bears free agent defensive tackle Deron Payne was hit with the franchise tag by the Washington Commanders. With Payne off the board, the Bears will have to focus their free agent attention elsewhere. Players like Draymond Jones and Javon Hargrave might be possible targets, though with Payne getting the franchise tag, their price tag has likely increased now. Other possible free agents include Dalvin Tomlinson, Puda Ford, and David Onyemata. In other news around the NFL, this guy's back. Yeah, Matt Nagy was promoted to Chiefs offensive coordinator, replacing Eric Bieniemy, who left the Chiefs to fill the offensive coordinator job for the Washington Commanders. Bieniemy's departure and Nagy's promotion to his old post all but ensures that Andy Reid will continue to call plays for the Chiefs because Matt Nagy is terrible at play calling. And meanwhile, up in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers is all the talk today. He emerged from his darkness retreat like the groundhog on February 2nd. If you remember, Rodgers, who's never once in his career been a free agent, decided to spend a weekend in complete darkness in order to decide his NFL future. The quirky quarterback traveled to Southern Oregon and spent time in a small, partially underground cabin, much like the Hobbit hole homes from the Lord of the Rings movies. Well, it makes sense that Rodgers would spend time in a Hobbit-like Lord of the Rings structure because he really only has the one ring, and that is Bears State of Affairs!
Oh, man. Look at you. Brought your own graphics and everything.
My precious.
He's got as many NFC championship rings as Rex Grossman.
I got too drunk in college and woke up next to a girl that looked like that.
I thought Jan Aguirre would like that. He only has the one ring.
Is that the actual Hobbit hut he was staying in?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Must have been some good drugs.
Dan Aguirre, would you do something like that? Do the whole darkness retreat thing? You think it could help?
No.
Dan's pissed off, man.
He really is.
Pissed off.
You sound pissed off.
I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you.
I'm
Dan
pissed
worked-
off at Alan Williams and the Bears defense from last year and this fucking coaching staff. I'm worried about Eberflus too. I'm pissed off at losing every fucking year. Hell yeah. I'm not pissed off at anybody on the show though. I'm passionate about, giving this team every year of my life. And it's the status quo. It's just like, well, fuck, the players suck. That does bother me. They're like, no, it's like, I feel like you all are Alan Williams. Nobody's fired up here. That's why Alan Williams would be happy to work with you guys. Some fucking fire. I want some passion.
I'll tell
I
you.
players. I want players. That's what I want.
Give me Mike Singletary in this situation, for fuck's sake. I want to pull down my pants too and show my dick that fucking inspires somebody.
I'm fired up. I'm about ready to run through a door for Dan Aguirre right now.
God, the Wani comparison to me is on point because, like I said, they lacked talent then too, but the team played hard. It doesn't matter what era it is. The team fucking fought. This team was like a floppy, impotent cock. They just lay down. They just lay down over and over and over. And Eberflus was happy to have them lay down too. And
Dan,
so
it was still, no matter how we all walked away from the season, we still walked away from it. Like maybe the very end became a little disturbing, but through the first three quarters of the season, for me, it didn't really feel like we were losing because we had all these great gains in our quarterback and our defense. For the most part, for the beginning of the season, contrary to what you're saying, they were one of the best defenses because they had given up like the least points in the second half. And then they started to gradually decline as shit went downhill, and their defense.
the least points in the second half because they'd already given up 29 in the first half.
My point is, it was a lot.
Team was trying to run the clock out.
It's like every fucking loss we had, we were like, that felt like a win. And then we got to the end of the season, and then they kind of started to feel like losses, and then we were looking back on it.
This team was happy to lose. Nathan Peterman was at the game Aldo and I was at. Nathan Peterman was playing okay, and they put that other bum in, and as soon as they did, he threw a pick. They took Peterman out because they're like, oh, he's playing too well right now. We've got to put in this other guy. I can't even remember his name now. Because it's like
we're trying to decipher who is the better quarterback of the two to keep next season.
I think they were happy to try to throw that fucking game is what was happening.
I know.
Dan, I pray your nachos at every game you go to are cold every time because you
have to agree with me on the Peterman thing at the very least. When they brought that other bum in, Peterman was playing well until they brought that other kid in, and suddenly he throws a pick on his first pass by a Boyle.
No matter what game, if Peterman is in that game, I am happy to see the next quarterback come in. I was excited to see that, actually. I was like, good, get this fucking bum out of the game. Let's see who the next guy can do. Then he threw the pick, but he had some nice passes in the game. That's why I think they're just trying to develop the two, see who's better for next season. Because, God, I hope it's not Peterman.
It was.
Well,
I totally agree with Dan there. It was disrespectful to the team. You have a veteran backup quarterback, and you have a guy you just picked up off the street a week ago, and now you're going to put him in the game where Peterman didn't play terribly. I mean,
they were driving with him.
Exactly, under the conditions that he was forced into, he did okay, and then they bring in Boyle, and you could just feel it in the stadium when Dan and I were there that the players were like, what the fuck is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? We want to win this game. And that to me was sketchy, which is really why, the whole theme of the show, can we trust Ryan Poles? To me, Ryan Poles purposely tanked this season. When the Ogunjobi thing didn't work, and he saw what he had. I think they had an emergency meeting and say, listen, let's just get through this fucking season. Let's not, go out of the way to, put our players in danger. Let's let's go vanilla on defense. Let's go vanilla on offense. Hey, we had the same fucking problems, right, Dan Aguirre, with Luke Getsy. He was calling vanilla. I tweeted out, does he really want to win with the play calling he had in the last 4 or 5 games?
Well, let me say one thing and I'll comment on that. The reason I think the coaches are more responsible for this, it's kind of what you were saying. This is my opinion. There's no way to measure this as right or wrong, but just to put a bow on this. The way you said the crowd felt when they brought in Boyle, and it's just like, oh, let the air out of the stadium. I feel like that's the way the team was. The team was just like, look, these guys don't fucking care. Why do we care? Everyone's here just to get paid. And I feel like that the players on that team were unmotivated and that's coaching. To me, it just felt like the team that when they traded Quinn and they traded Roquan, they're like, man, they don't want to win. Fuck this. We're not giving them everything we've got because they don't care. And I feel like a lot of that comes down to coaching. And maybe that's the GM telling the coach, go ahead and lose these games. But I think the players aren't stupid. They know the score of the game, to use a cliche and a pun. They know what's happening. So therefore, they're not fired up. And I think that's the reason part of that is the coaching's fault. But to answer your point with Getsy, I agree. Like that against Buffalo, I'll never forget they had 2 possessions from the 20-yard line of Buffalo. And one was a turnover, and then they got the ball right back from Josh Allen. They had 2 possessions from in the red zone and didn't even attempt one throw in the end zone. Not one time did Fields even just make one attempt. Just throw a fade route. Just throw it up and see if somebody can go make a play. They didn't even throw one pass. When 2 possessions from the 20-yard line, and you're playing what you believe to be a team that could compete for the Super Bowl. And they're just like going through the motions. So, yeah, I agree with you on the Getsy thing. With that, I was just like, God, was he just tanking too? Maybe. But I'll shut up. Again, I thought the players were unmotivated, and that's because of the coaches.
I have a suggestion. I think, and you guys may agree with me, I think that it would be appropriate tonight to let Dan Aguirre open a can of whoop ass on Alan Williams.
That's your segment. I don't want to take your segment.
No. I'm willingly giving it to you. You got all the energy tonight. Open that motherfucker.
Open that fucking can of whoop ass. Where the fuck did it go? By the way, there.
You do not want to open this can because inside it's something that isn't cool and or refreshing. This is Nomad's can of whoop ass.
Oh fuck. I've belabored the point for 45 minutes now, and I'm sorry for taking up so much of the showtime on this, but I love
the passion.
A lot of this is because of lack of passion from this coaching staff. And again, I don't even want to put Matt Eberflus away from this either. I'm willing to give him a pass, sort of, because do you want to be the team like the Browns for so many years that was changing coaches every year? At some point, you want to try to build continuity. That's the only reason I'm giving him a pass for this. But in terms of, think about Lovey. The first year Lovey was here in 2004, we had Terry Shea as offensive coordinator, and he said, fuck, this isn't going to work. We've got to let him go. To me, that is akin to what's on the other side of the ball. When you look at Alan Williams and you say, this shit's not working. We got to win this year. He's part of the problem. I don't even know the lines coach's name. He should have been fired by midseason. You got to make some adjustments, not just to fire people, just to fire people. I'm not, Donald Trump on The Apprentice here, for fuck's sake. I'm just saying you got to make some moves when it's clear to anybody in the ballroom or anybody watching in America that your team's not going to win. And why is that? You're part of the problem, is what I'm saying. The way Terry Shea was with Lovey, Alan Williams is with this defense. And maybe Alan Williams is handcuffed by Eberflus. Maybe Eberflus was the one saying, no, don't do this and don't do that. I don't know. If that's the case, then again, I feel more passionate about being anti-Eberflus. But I worry that none of these guys are the right guys. And I think they're better than Matt Nagy. I'd rather have them here than Matt Nagy. I will say that. But I still worry that we've hired the wrong coaches again. And I think Alan Williams is the problem.
A Jaded Dan segment. Where it just goes off on a Jaded Dan segment about whatever he's jaded by. Like, you've been so jaded by the Bears, just like you said all evening, about you just don't have confidence like that they're going to do the next right thing. And, we all have that. It's been ingrained in us throughout the McCaskey era, but I think that, you need to just kind of give this a little bit of time, Dan, and let it.
Well, I am.
Well, but
if you're asking to what I feel on February 28th, it's
head coach.
But on February 28th, I feel apprehension about everything. At this time next month, if Justin Fields is definitely the quarterback moving forward, and they've traded the first pick, and we know they're not going to, then I'll feel a lot better. Okay, they made the right move, because in my estimation, and I'm just a guy, I'm no expert, but I feel that Justin is the best quarterback we've had in terms of definitely since Cutler. Jay could run too, and Jay had a great arm. If Fields could do just some of the things with his arm, and I think he can, that Jay could do, like throw the bombs and stuff, then we got a complete package, and I believe he is going to be that. And I don't want to see that in another uniform. I will feel better about this organization if they commit to the guy they drafted, they being the Bears. I know it's not the same front office, but how egotistical do you have to be? I didn't draft him, so his talents don't mean anything to me. And fuck that. Like we said so many times before, Jordan wasn't drafted by Doug Collins or Phil Jackson, but they knew they had the guy. They didn't trade him just because they didn't draft him. So don't trade Fields. I've rambled enough. Fuck.
I hope
it's almost like Dan wants to buy a house. And he goes to buy a house. He sees this house, and he insists to the realtor that he wants to look at it right now. And the realtor is just telling him, "Man, dude, you don't want to see this house right now. You really don't. I don't know. I like this house. I like the design. I like the, square footage, all the shit that goes on when you go buy a house." And the realtor's like, "Okay, and I'll take you over there, but I'm pretty sure you're not gonna like what you see." And you get there, and the whole fucking place is a wreck. The fucking place is nasty. The people are nasty.
The carpets.
Yeah, and you just don't want anything to do with the place. Although it's a nice fucking house and a nice property, they were just starting to clean it up, and Dan went too early inside the place. And now his mind is completely stained now. He doesn't want that motherfucker no matter what. He's not interested in that house. And although it's a nice piece of property and a nice house, it just need to be clean.
If the house in this analogy is the Bears, I've been in this house since Reagan was president, and I'm not going anywhere until I die. Until I die, I'm with the Bears for good or for worse. This is my marriage in some ways. And the reason I never thought I'd be divorced, because I'm so loyal to this team. It's the same thing. I would have been loyal to my wife forever. She's the one that went astray, and I don't mean that in a jab against her. I have no animosity toward her anymore. But it wasn't me that wanted to get divorced, and I'm definitely not leaving the Bears. I'm not changing teams.
You and I are the same blood, Dan. We're the same blood.
You ever met a smoking hot ass chick, and all of a sudden you find yourself, she invites you to her place, and you didn't like how she kept her place, and she was smoking hot, and you didn't want anything else to fucking do with her after you seen her place.
The only thing that can make me run from women like that's either A, they're on some kind of drugs. I don't trust anybody on drugs anymore. I don't care if they're recovering or whatever. I'm sorry. I have empathy for you, but you're always going to let me down. Or B, if she's got the herpes, then I want nothing to do with her.
The herpes. What about AIDS? Is AIDS okay?
Oh, AIDS is, yeah. I mean, AIDS is so passe now. There's medicine for it. No, I don't want AIDS either, but damn, herpes is just, it's going to be around like the McCaskies. It's just going to stay there forever.
Well, getting back to the topic of Ryan Poles and the whole trading of Justin Fields, Poles was asked, well, you said you would only trade, you would only draft a quarterback if you found somebody who would blow you away. Did Justin Fields blow you away in 2022?
Those are those moments that did blow you away, that his athletic ability and ability to create explosive plays were special. Now, what we've had discussions about, and I talked about it openly, like he's got to take the next step in his game, and I'm excited to see that because I think he's going to.
Make you feel a little better, Dan Aguirre?
That is a good soundbite.
There you go. They ain't trading Justin Fields. It's all a smokescreen, trying to drive up the price of that first overall pick. And maybe we'll be getting a trade in about 2 weeks after the combine. Tooch, you heard that. You commented on in the state of affairs. Unmute yourself and tell us, what is the likelihood? You're also a bettor. What are the odds that the Chicago Bears are going to trade that number one draft pick sometime before the draft actually starts, like maybe 2-3 weeks before the draft. What do you think, Tooch?
Yeah, I mean, usually the number one trade for the number one pick is usually done well in advance, But I mean, in this case, I don't know, because he let slip that he was open to accepting young players in trade as well as draft picks. So that might take a little bit longer to finalize in trade. But I don't know. I couldn't handicap it. Yeah. I'm with Torian, probably about I would say 50 to 60%, so 45%.
I know I've talked too much tonight, but let me just add one thing, and I'll shut up and let everybody else talk. If you are another team, let's forget which team. Let's just say we represent Team X, right? And we're trying to make that trade. Doesn't matter who we are, but we want a quarterback. It would behoove the Bears, again, to make that trade with that team now. The reason being, because if you are that team, whichever one, you want to negotiate with your number one. You don't want to hold out. So you want to go ahead and start negotiating with the player you're going to draft and know you have a deal in place, so there's no holdout, there's no bullshit. So it gives them more time to work on the guy they want to draft. And if they can't make a deal, maybe that influences their pick to the other guy. So I think it's better for the Bears to trade with another team that wants a quarterback. So again, it gives them more time to negotiate with their quarterback. So I think that other team would be more apt to making that trade now with the Bears, is what I'm saying, instead of waiting.
I can get behind that. It's kind of like what the Niners did in the Trey Lance trade.
No, Matt, please disagree with Dan Aguirre and get into a nice big debate. I like
no disagreeing. I'm being quiet. His opinion could differ from mine. It's fine.
No. Dan don't think very much different than me. I think timing is all of the essence right now. I think because I believe, and this is just me, I don't have no idea what the fucking Bears are going to do. I don't know. But if it's me sitting in that position, I try to think logically, practically about how you would want to go about it. And it makes sense what Dan just said, is to get that at least that first trade over and done with early before the draft. Get it done as soon as possible, because now you got time for all the dominoes to really start to fall afterwards. So I mean, Dan don't think much different than I do. It's just we may have a different process about how you get to. I don't think you need to try to bend those guys over a barrel to get to number 2 if that's the team you want to trade with, which is what I would do. Just do very minimal asking as far as that pick goes, and trade that thing and prepare yourself for what comes afterwards, and that's when you get the bounty.
What San Francisco got from us when we went from 3 to 2 to take Mitch. I mean, there's some precedent there, is what I'm saying. That
what did they get? I forgot what that was like. What did that look like?
God, wasn't that another? There was a first pick the next year, right?
No, they didn't. Was it? I didn't think they give up. I didn't think they give up a first round pick the next year. That was the whole big thing about that trade.
That was the Fields trade and Khalil Mack, where we didn't have.
Right. So I think we swapped picks. I think we gave them a second from that year, and I think it was a second next year, and like a fourth or something. They gave us a fifth or something. It was something.
There was still a trade at the time that most Bear fans were pissed off about, and said that we
they shouldn't have been, other than that it was for Mitch Trubisky.
Right. Well, that too.
What they traded wasn't. It was worth it as far as moving up one pick, but it was just the wrong player.
Well, I'm just saying, if 3 to 2 had that value, then 2 to 1 should have something similar in terms of picks, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if they traded with Texans, and this is, to me, sounds to me like a reasonable scenario given the situation. They traded the number 2 pick and the number 12 pick, and let's say either a late round pick, a mid-round pick, or a player. Maybe not a starter, but somebody that's an up-and-coming guy that they think is going to be a starter later on. They project something like that. I think could be a possible realistic scenario at number 2. And then after that, a whole lot of, that's when the price goes up high, after that.
Mm-hmm. Incremental trades down would be perfect. 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. Whatever, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, like I asked Cliff Victoria because he wants to trade with Houston, and what would that look like? And Cliff has got a fucking a holdup. It's a fucking holdup. What he wants back from Houston Texans to move up one slot, it's like Cliff thinks Ryan Poles is still the GM. That's just not going to happen.
Ryan Pace, you mean?
Give away, yeah, Ryan Pace. Yes, the draft value chart has the first round overall pick valued at 3,000 points. The Texans pick is valued at 2,600 points. Right. And so there's a 400-point difference when you start scrolling down the list, and I'm not going to put it up on the screen, but now you're looking at a second round pick, and they have the 33rd pick, which is so slightly over 400. That's all you're going to get, I think.
But even that pick's too much. I think the second round pick is still around 600 or 800. So it
is. But under these conditions, you can ask Houston to overpay a bit because, hey, I got a lot of other fucking calls, Houston. You need to take care of me here. So I can see them overpaying a lot, but what overpaying means is that you get their pick, the second pick overall in the first round, and you get the 33rd pick overall in the second round, which is the second pick in the second round. I don't see them getting any more than that. And I would like them to do that and then continue to trade down. Then you're going to get, perhaps a second round pick if you go down all the way to 9, 10, 11. The further down you go, the more first round picks you're going to get.
Or what about if it's a team that's lower than Houston, like lower on the chart? Let's say they drafted 7th or 8th and wanted to go up to 1, then that value shoots through the roof because they have to move up so many spots.
You're absolutely right. So let's say the Panthers, they're drafting at 9. That pick, the value of it is 1,350 points. Again, the Bears pick is 3,000. So you're talking about 1,700 points. So yeah, you're going to get a fucking mint there. And what Poles and Pace talked about is just figuring out where that sweet spot is. They still have what Poles refer to as blue chip players, guys on their board that they put a blue sticker next to and said, these are the guys that we want to target in the first round. And so will that pick still be available when the Panthers pick at 9? And if so, then I can see Poles trying to work out a deal with the Panthers because they still might want to get like a Lucas Van Ness or one of these other big time pass rushers. So it's a very, very tricky thing. But I think that the idea that, trading with Texans and you're going to get multiple first round picks, I don't see that happening. I could be wrong.
I like what PJ said there, his last comment about the Colts and the Texans. You could play both organizations off the other one, and that would increase the value because they're rivals. It'd be like if we were with Green Bay and we're both trying to get the same pick and we both want the other one to get the shaft. So in that regard, it's almost like we talk about Nixon so much, like Nixon playing the Chinese off the Soviets and the Soviets off the Chinese when he went to China, and it led to the SALT I agreement. He played both of them off the other one to get better deals than he could have ever gotten without the other one as being involved. So with that same analogy, the Colts may pay more because they say we need a quarterback and we don't want the Texans to get the quarterback that we want. But then the Texans are like, well, we don't want the Colts because the Colts seem more ready than we are. If they get a quarterback, then they're instantly ready. So we want that quarterback. So you can play them both off of each other.
If we get to 2, you can goddamn believe that the Colts are over a barrel. If we get to number 2, the Colts are over a barrel, and we will get DeForest Buckner.
I like that thinking. And so Cliff goes on to say Houston has the capital to give up a 2024 first if they really want. Why? I mean, the Bears are not going to pick a quarterback with the first overall pick. They're not. So
next year?
This draft.
Oh, this draft. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant with a trade with the Colts if we got their pick next year.
Right.
That would mean the Texans are settling for the the quarterback that doesn't get picked first.
Right.
Yeah, but my
Which
point
might be
is
not the best guy they want.
Yeah, to trade 1 for 2, right? Why would the Texans are thinking to themselves, well, you're not going to fucking pick a quarterback. You got Justin Fields, right? So we just got to wait it out. We got to wait it out. We don't believe that
Another team would trade up to 1, though, ahead of Houston. That's why.
Yeah.
Right. That's what they're banking on, yeah.
Here's an interesting nugget, because I saw J2K put in there that D'Amico Ryans is a defensive coach, true. And that you probably assume that they're going to go defense. Here's an interesting nugget. The coaching staff is back in Houston. And guess who's by himself looking at the draft picks at the combine? The fucking GM. Guess what? D'Amico Ryans ain't making this pick. The GM and the fucking owners are making this pick. And if they decide that a quarterback is you got to think about it. When you're starting over and you want to develop another culture within your organization, you need a face of your franchise. And that's the quarterback. You have to start there. You have to get a quarterback to sell the fan base, the tickets, the merchandise, all the hope and the dreams that the Houston Texans fan base want. It's all derived around the quarterback. So they're going to get a quarterback. If they don't get a quarterback, I would be amazed. They're going to make a deal. It's just not going to be the deal that Chicago Bears fans want at the number 2 pick. They're not going to try to kill him for that number 2 pick. But getting to that number 2 pick, we are going to be gold. And it's time to celebrate. If we get to number 2, it's time to celebrate, because we're going to off like the fucking mob after that.
Yeah, because they're the only team in the draft that has the least capital to give to offer to move up to that pick, to number 1. Of all the other teams in the draft, they have the least to give up. So if we could get that, if we could swap picks with them and get, some other draft capital from them, that's going to be golden, putting us at 2, because then the next guy comes along, the next team, and the sky's the limit from there. We could just keep trading down. And that's when the subject of this show is, do you trust Ryan Poles and what he has to offer? Like I after last year's draft, if he did anything like that with the capital that he has in his pocket this year, I mean, how impressed would we be if he turned 5 picks into 11 last year? What he could turn? How many picks do we have this year? 7?
Yeah,
6?
Yeah, but you gotta keep in mind that the value of those 7th round and 6th round picks that he got on the draft chart, some of those have a 0 value, because you're really taking a really big chance that who you draft there is going to pan out. Sometimes the undrafted free agents is pans out more than
sometimes you sit there with Mr. Irrelevant, and you're sitting in the national championship game with a backup quarterback who's Mr. Irrelevant. So I mean, you just never know. That's what's so fun about the NFL.
Anybody here ever played a game of chess?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I don't play that shit. I hate it, but I've read books.
You set us up.
I don't play it. I fucking hate it. I understand the game completely. And from reading the book, I played a few boards and shit here and there over the years, but it teaches people to be sneaky and manipulative, because the game is about misdirection. Overall, if you were to ask me what the concept of chess is, it's about misdirection. To me, it's going to feel to the Houston organization like, really, this is all you're going to ask me for? Is this, that, and the third? Yeah, we think your pick is more valuable than the number 1. And so we'd rather be there in our circumstances, because I'm gonna tell you guys, at the end of the day, we know that we have a lot of voids in our roster, and it's about volume and value, and that's what it's going to be about. It was that last year, and it's going to be that again this year. So it's going to be, we're trying to use a little bit that we have to get a lot. That's all we're trying to do.
Yep.
I hear you.
Oh man,
is Dan still there?
Ideally, we would trade from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4 until all the top 3 quarterbacks are gone. But that ain't happening.
If we could,
we're trading. I'm waiting for Dan Aguirre to ask if we could trade with Alan Williams for D'Amico Ryans.
I mean, think about it this way: the Houston Texans have to see the Indianapolis Colts how many times in a year?
Twice.
Exactly. Think about that in your chess game.
It's true. Good point.
I got polls here talking about the value of that 3-tech, that fucking 3-tech, as opposed to an edge rusher. So I'm guessing that the person who asked the question is basically when you're talking about Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, the top edge rusher according to many, versus the top 3-tech according to many. How would you compare the value of each of those? And this is Poles' response.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about that for a long time. There are certain positions inside that are multipliers, but also there's guys on the outside that are special. That are going to create, O-line slides that are going to give other people opportunity too. So that's a multiplier as well. So it's really just it comes down to our evaluations on how much they affect the game of both the run and the pass.
Now, one of the good things about this draft is there appears to me to be a lot of 3-techs. So if you don't get Jalen Carter, who is most people think he's the best pure player in this draft, although some people are not buying into that. They think he loafs too much, he's on the ground too much, and so forth. But clearly, when he's at his best, he's a disruptor and he's a very powerful force. So the question then is, the great thing about this draft is there's other 3-techs here, and Danny Shimon swears that the kid from USC can be an even better 3-tech than Jalen Carter. He's played outside his career, but he's got the makeup to move inside and be that disruptive 3-tech that the Bears need. So I like the fact that if we don't land now Javon Hargrave, now that Daron Payne is gone, then we can then perhaps target a 3-tech in the second round and get that pass rusher, that edge rusher in the first round. And there's some good ones that are going to go in the first round. So I'm feeling really good about that. And I'm also feeling good about the fact that we could hopefully sign Mike McGlinchey at the right tackle position and have an offensive line of McGlinchey at right tackle, right guard Tevin Jenkins, at the center position. What's my mind's name? I'm drawing a blank. Who's my center?
Donald?
The guy from Minnesota that you met in Alabama?
Well, that would be outstanding. But I don't think we're going to get him. The guy that came to us from the Packers, Luke Patrick.
Lucas Patrick.
Yeah.
Right. And we all know he played terribly at guard, but the tape on him playing center for the Packers is good. So he's in the last year of his contract. He's probably going to be given an opportunity. So those are your 3 guys: center, right guard, right tackle. At left guard, either Cody Whitehair comes back for the final season of his contract, and Braxton Jones has shown a lot of promise at left tackle that you want to give him another year at that. But if you're going to go offensive line, I think it has to be in the 3rd round unless we pile up multiple draft picks and maybe, have 2 second-round picks where you can then go offensive line and defensive line, and then the third, and then figure something out for the offensive line via the draft. Yes, sir.
Although, if you don't mind, I'm glad you mentioned that because I watched both of those press conferences twice between Eberflus and Poles. Watched them twice to make sure I was hearing what I was hearing right. Took a few notes. One that stuck out to me is that he was non-committal about Braxton Jones. That stuck out to me, and you may not read it that way if you watch that interview.
I did.
And he also mentioned that there was a couple of guys along that line that were playing out of position all year, and the first 2 people that came to mind was Lucas Patrick and Alex Leatherwood. And so I'm expecting Lucas Patrick to get another shot at playing center totally, and Alex Leatherwood to be put back on the left side to at least challenge Braxton Jones for the left tackle spot. Whether he wins it or not, I think it's up for grabs, and I still think they may pull somebody out of free agency to even up that ante a little bit over there. Because I've never seen, be honest with you, I've never seen a player strengthen his biggest weakness, especially below the waist, in a year. I don't see him being able to transition into a greater anchorer in a year. It's going to take a 2 or 3 year time frame before he's strong enough and firm enough to actually do that. He's not going to grow an ass overnight. He's just not. And so, to me, I think they see that weakness in Braxton, and I think they want to bring somebody in to challenge him.
You feed him a bunch of Italian beefs and Chicago style pizzas, he'll build an ass overnight. Really,
he's just going to have a fucking extra spare tire around his waist. That's what he's going to have.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Nomad. Danny Schimann and Greg Gabriel both believe that 1 year of NFL offseason workout training could really help this kid's anchor a lot, to the point where it would be vastly better than it was last year.
Although that dude doesn't have an ass, man. And
yeah,
you need an ass.
You need something to start with. I hear you. I went to I hired a personal trainer once, and he asked me, "So what are you looking to do?" And I go, "I'd like to have an ass." And he took a look back there and says, "I can't help you. You're fucked, dude. You got that concave ass, and there's something you can do for it."
You either got it or you don't.
That is one problem I do not have. I have an ass. I have a Viking ass.
Oh.
I've seen one guy. I seen one guy recently, and I can't say that I watched every fucking left tackle that ever played the game, but here recently, a guy that's still currently playing, I've seen him, but he's so strong in his core and his upper body that it kind of makes up for what he doesn't have on his lower body, and that's the left tackle from San Fran. He doesn't have an ass either, but he's not a great anchorer, but he's so strong in his upper body and in his core that he's able to make up for a lot of it.
Yeah, and good footwork, so that helps a lot too, with balance and all that stuff. Dan Aguirre, are you still there? I want to check in on you. Can we do a wellness check on Dan?
I was just I'm trying not to. I talked too much earlier, so.
No, you didn't. You really didn't. Stop putting yourself down.
It's just me and Aldo now.
Dan's probably holding Patrick Mahomes in his fucking basement or something.
Oh man, I wish Patrick Mahomes was the Bear. Shit. Anyway, hey, by the way, Leo Factor brings up James Daniels. There was some tweet that came out that James Daniels had an outstanding score. I think it was a Pro Football Focus score or something like that. Outstanding, like the third or fourth or fifth. Best right guard. Do you think this was another one of Ryan Poles' mistakes? I mean, he let James Daniels walk. He lets Roy Robertson Harris walk, who signs a big fucking fat, gorgeous multi-year contract with the Jaguars. These are two line of scrimmage guys that really could have helped this Bears team, but Poles, because I didn't draft them, I don't know who they are. Let them walk or whatever, for whatever reason.
It's strange,
it's not a good look.
It's strange because Pittsburgh, again, I'm saturated with Pittsburgh coverage where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about benching James Daniels midway through the season, so I don't know where this James Daniels had a great season shit is coming from. It's again, I don't watch all the Steeler games.
This past season with the Steelers, he had
I don't watch the Steeler games per se.
Only 3 pressures allowed or something the second half of the season, something like that.
But most of the Pittsburgh fans were unhappy with his acquisition.
I'm with Dan on that. I remember reading that there was a huge uproar from Pittsburgh fans saying, this fucking Daniels that we got from Chicago, he sucks in the first 3-4 games of the season. So that must have turned around real quick. According to Pro Football Focus. So I don't know. I was surprised when I saw that meme come out praising James Daniels. But
sometimes those stats can be misleading. One of my best friend is a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so he's tied all in, and that whole line got a whole lot better the second half of the season. I mean, they were young and they got pieces that they just put in. The center is shitty. So, I mean, over time, I think the offensive line coach deserves some credit for getting that thing in shape the way they needed it to be and had a better second half of the season. I think those numbers kind of lean into that. But as far as Roy Robertson Harris goes, I was always intrigued by that guy from the moment I seen him in a Bears uniform. I saw upside with that dude and never really understood why he didn't play more than he did. And when they let him go, that was always oh man, I don't know if you should have done that, but maybe they projected that this guy was going to ask for a lot of money at some point, and we weren't going to be willing to pay him. We want our guys. I don't know, but I always had my eye on that guy the minute he came here until the minute he left. I was watching him.
I'm with you, man. And I saw him down at Bourbonnais after practice. We went to this. So this was his rookie year or second year with the team. After practice, we went to a restaurant, and who shows up in his big ass truck with his family, Roy Robertson Harris. And that guy was walking around with sandals and shorts on. And I was ready to change sexes, man. That motherfucker was built like an Adonis, just a physical specimen that, I was in awe of this guy. By the way, speaking of the offensive line, I got it. Dan Aguirre, I thought about you this afternoon because when I heard Eberflus ask for an evaluation of the line, I thought that the guy asking the question said the defensive line, but he said the offensive line. But when I thought he said defensive line and I heard the response, I said, "Oh, fucking Dan is gonna have a heart attack." Listen to this.
A group that was well coached. That's what I saw. I thought Chris Morgan did a heck of a job coaching those guys. He's
okay. It's not Alan Williams. It's Chris Morgan, offensive line. I get you.
One heck of a coach. That's what I saw first, and I saw a lot of guys that came together. We had that exit meeting with the players after the season, and man, they raved about the room. So I think having some veteran presence in there was really good, and brought the guys together, the younger guys, and they were a tight knit group. And of course, in the process of it, they got to pass protect better and all those types of things. But I do think that in the running game, the way Luke and Simo designed the runs, we had a lot of yards before contact. I thought that was really good. And our runners really bought into the system as well as the receivers blocking on the perimeter.
God, I'm so mad when I hear that. We got to be honest here. The Bears had these great statistics, like you would hear, like, that's the best rushing game since 1984. Those are inflated by Justin Fields, though. David Montgomery, who I'm a proponent of, he's getting like 38 yards a game, 38 and 40 and 50 yards a game. And it's not like the two backs weren't doing much this season. It's Fields who inflated those stats. It's Fields who a lot of times was running for his life because they can't pass block that led to these yards. So the offensive line was an unmitigated disaster once more in 2023. And for them to say that, Khalil Herbert and David Montgomery, all these yards and stuff, that's not true. That's not true. Khalil Herbert had a great game against the Texans where he was breaking 40 and 50-yard runs a couple of different times. But beyond that, it was just Fields who was running the ball well and not them. I'm not necessarily blaming them. They're good players, but I think the offensive line was putrid all season.
Well, you know what? I'm not known as a guy that's a critical Bears fan. I'm pretty positive for the most part, and I'm not getting mad at anybody that's critical about the Bears. But because I know how it is, it's easy for people on the outside to take shots at them, and we don't really know what's going on. But if I had to be critical of anybody in any part of what they just did this year, it would be how the offensive line, how they function there, and the musical chairs that they played all the way up until game one. The only person that got real continuity in his position was Braxton Jones throughout camp. The rest of these guys, they were getting tossed around, moved here, moved there. I thought it should have stopped after, maybe a week or so into camp. Let guys get some continuity in their spots, but guys were moving around too long for me going into the season. I thought that was an inconsistency that carried on through the season.
Well, we can all say that Tevin Jenkins had a good, really good year run blocking and a fair to average season pass blocking. Anyone disagree with that?
No, poor guy's just hurt too much. He's got bad luck, but that's not his fault.
Right. And Sam Mustipher, to me, as a pass blocker, probably graded out as a D-, but as a run blocker, I thought he was a B, a solid B. I thought he did a really nice job with run blocking. Cody Whitehair, before he went down with injury, he was having his best fucking season in a long time, maybe ever, at the left guard position. Borum Braxton Jones at left tackle as a run blocker. He's a solid C+ for a rookie. Pass blocking, yeah, it's not too good. But I do think that the Bears' offensive line did a good job at run blocking. So I hate to disagree with you on this one again, Dan, but I don't think that they were that bad.
I'm not saying they were.
At least Larry Boring got married recently.
Yeah, a couple days ago. Yes, I think this past
super
weekend.
hottie. Good for him.
There were numerous games. I'm just saying where the running backs, had like 40 or 50 yards, and Justin's the one who had 150. And it inflated those rushing stats, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
When David Montgomery had 800 yards this year, and Khalil Herbert had 731. Justin had 1143. Mm-hmm. So in a lot of ways, it was Justin Fields who inflated their rushing stats. I'm just saying, if that was Trevor Siemian playing most of the year, our rushing stats are going to look a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dan. There's no doubt about it that it's because of Justin Fields that the Bears had the number 1 rushing team in the NFL. It wasn't because of David Montgomery, who
I like David. Let me say that again.
I think he had 0 runs for over 40+ yards. He just doesn't bring that explosion like we saw with Christian McCaffrey in the playoff games, which was when I saw McCaffrey in the playoff games, that's when I started thinking, man, maybe Montgomery isn't the right guy. Maybe our number 1 running back should be a guy that's just going to provide more explosive plays. And Montgomery maybe is better suited for that short yardage role. And it's almost like it should be flipped right now. If in 2022, at least, Khalil Herbert may be taking the starter reps, and David Montgomery taking the third down reps and the short yardage reps. I don't know.
I think it's sad.
Maybe fewer shotgun runs too. I think that would help David Montgomery just to be it. I'm not saying he has to be an I formation, but even the pistol, something like he's always in the shotgun. It seems like every time he runs the ball, and where he lacks that initial burst or quickness, I think he's getting hit. I mean, he breaks so many tackles, but he's just so many runs he could break if maybe he had someone in front of him helping him.
Has anyone pontificated the fact that this is his first season in this offense and he can get better in it next year?
No, it doesn't make that big of a difference for a running back.
The fucking Patriots game where
no one else here pontificates.
The Patriots game. The Patriots game where he took that handoff, and it looked like he went through a wormhole almost and gained it was a -3 play, but he gained 8 yards total plus. So it was like an
that was the wormhole play.
Yes, I call it the wormhole play. It was amazing. He corkscrewed out of nowhere and just gained an extra 5 yards. I mean, give the guy. I think if we can get him at a bargain, he's the best deal for getting another running back in free agency. I'd rather see the Bears try to get Monty on a team friendly deal than go out and break the bank on a Saquon Barkley or a Josh Jacobs or someone like that. If it's not going to be sign Monty, for me, it's draft a running back. Period. It's not sign somebody else.
I think David Montgomery is an example of why the offensive line is such a problem, in my opinion, because how many times, even if he got 50 yards in the game, he was shedding 2 or 3 tacklers as soon as he got the ball. I mean, there's so many times he's getting hit as soon as he gets the ball. Why is that happening all the time? That's not David Montgomery's fault, but if he was was in a standard formation and maybe had a fullback in front of him, we had Blossom game. I'm just saying if he's always around the shotgun, they're always he's getting hit as soon as he gets the ball. All the time.
The truth is about the whole thing with Montgomery is you have to really listen to the coaches and the general manager and little things that they say to give you a clue into what they're looking for. They can say all the right stuff about David Montgomery. In fact, I heard some similar words that were said about David Montgomery that was said about Roquan Smith. And where's Roquan Smith? Not here no more. We love our football players. We love, especially our guys. David Montgomery is one of those guys. It's easy to love that guy.
He's one of our guys.
The truth is that these guys want, and if you listen to them, they will tell you they want to be explosive in every facet of the game. David Montgomery is not explosive. He's an above average running back with excellent heart and excellent effort, but that's not explosive. They're looking for explosion, which is why you heard them go on, Flus go on and on about, or I can't remember if it was him or Poles go on and on about Khalil Herbert. It's because he's explosive. That's what they're looking for. So I would not get my hopes up high about David Montgomery. I love the guy and we'll go to war for David Montgomery, but I know that's not in the cards for him to be a Bear. I don't think it is.
Can I just say that he is explosive more in the way that Walter Payton was explosive.
Come on, man.
More similar to the way that Khalil Hilbert, as Greg Gabriel kept calling him, is Khalil Herbert is explosive through that hole in that zone scheme, but Montgomery is explosive more in the way that Payton was, where he uses offense or defense to like attack he's very offensive in the way he attacks the defense. He hits like Peyton did. He goes at them like Peyton did. He's an explosive offensive player in the way that he plays, maybe not with his burst, but how he plays.
Todd, Montgomery is everything but explosive.
He has explosiveness to him is what I'm saying.
No, he doesn't, man. He just doesn't.
Fuck yeah, he does.
He does not.
You're telling me that wormhole play was not explosive? You're telling me that
here, man. You just hanging on to you like David Montgomery. I like
you were sucking David Montgomery's dick in the beginning of the season, just like I was.
First of all, I don't think we didn't want him to be
traded. We didn't want him to leave. We wanted them to resign him. Come on.
I don't do any kissing below the waist, motherfucker. I'll leave that to you.
You were sucking his dick earlier in the season.
I believe in David Montgomery, but when I listen to the coaches and I listen to the GM and they tell me what they're looking for, I don't see that in David Montgomery. They want.
When you listen to Poles talk about Montgomery, he says he fucking loves him.
Same thing they said about Roquan, and he's a Raven.
Fuck you.
That's the easier thing to do.
All right, listen, guys, we've got Dan Aguirre here for another 10, 15 minutes, and actually me too. I don't know about Tucha's schedule, but I've got to get up early tomorrow to record something with Mike North. We've got a new show coming to the Barroom Network. It is titled "Somebody Big Died Recently," or whatever the fuck the title is. I don't know what the title is. Somebody big died, and so it's basically a show covering the deaths of celebrities. Mike North got the idea because when Lisa Marie Presley recently died, he thought that the major networks excluded major parts of her life when they were doing these obituaries, like the fact that she was married to Michael Jackson and some other things. And so as part of the show, Mike wants to do like a death pool. So I want to introduce that to you really quickly here so we can play it quickly. Dan Aguirre, since you got to leave first, take a look at this poll. Paul McCartney or Ringo Starr? Who's going to die first?
My God.
Oh, my God. I can't believe Al's on this. I don't want to think about Al dying. Is that supposed to be Jack Nicholson or Jack Nicklaus?
Jack Nicklaus, the golfer.
Nicholson's got dementia real bad, so I would put him on there, unfortunately. But in terms of the Beatles, I will say Ringo will die first because he never gets any credit anyway. So it's just like, of course, McCartney will outlive him.
There's no way Paul is letting Ringo go before him.
No, Paul is letting Ringo go. Trust me. What about Barbara Streisand? I don't think it's morbid, man. We all gotta go. By the way, I got $20 on you going first before Mr. Shorty.
No, he see me talking shit. He's going first.
I'll probably go first out of all of us.
Well, the one thing that I can
have
say
anxiety and stuff,
the one thing that I can say about Nomad and I is that we have confirmed that he's around the same age as I. So
No, hey man.
I can guarantee you that I will die before you, man.
Hey man. See, that's why I never told you shit. That's why I
Dude,
want to sock you in your shit now.
You've
I want
said
to
this
sock
on
you dead in your shit because you
said
didn't
this
need to
on
do that.
BCP. You've said it on BCP. You're around
Hey,
my
man.
age.
Hey man, don't make me open this can on your motherfucking ass. Shut
Open
your
the
mouth.
fucking can of whooping ass on me right now, please.
Keep your mouth shut, man.
You have said
You're talking
around
too
me.
much, man. That's not nobody's business. I'm inconspicuous for a reason, man. Leave that out of the show.
All right.
So,
well,
Nomad
you
is
guys
10
work
years younger
that.
than
You
I
guys
am.
work that out. You guys work that out off the show. Okay. We don't want any of that dirty laundry coming out. Last few minutes here, we got Gene Hackman.
I was doing my De Niro face, Aldo.
Yeah, I saw that. Gene Hackman and Clint Eastwood. Dan Aguirre, what do you got?
Man, I don't know. They both seem to be doing really, really well. Gene's in his early 90s, chilling. Clint's still directing movies in his 90s. I'll go with Hackman dying first just because Clint is still so active. And it just seems like if you kind of sit around in your chair, you fade away. So I'm going to say Gene, and I love Gene as an actor more so than Clint Eastwood, but unfortunately I'll say Gene.
Oh man, that breaks my heart. I thought definitely you'd say the guy who was talking to a chair at the Republican National Conference.
Hey, but give Clint his due. He's still directing movies, and he's like 93.
Oh my gosh. Yes, the guy could kick my ass without a doubt. What do you think about Biden and Trump? You think that's a good one?
Trump, it's so weird that Trump is like right up there with Biden and Bernie, but no one really ever acknowledges that in terms of like thinking of him as being old. But if I had to say, I will say Biden will probably go before him just because I hate Trump so much. Not that I want him to die. I didn't want him to die when he had COVID or any of that shit. But I'll say Biden goes first.
What about Keith Richards and Willie Mays? That's so weird.
I didn't even know Willie Mays was still alive. Definitely will say Willie, though, because Keith is just like, this guy never goes, right?
That's right. And Ozzy Osbourne.
Ozzy's in bad shape, man. He was supposed to be making this big comeback and canceled, said he'll never be able to tour again. He's done so much dope in his life. I think Robert will outlive him. Robert Redford, I think, goes way later than Ozzy.
All right. I love it, man.
Watching Cocaine Bear, that it was kind of sad to see Ray Liotta it's a supporting role, but toward the second half of the film, he's in it a lot. And I'm not giving any spoilers, but I loved Ray Liotta as an actor ever since I saw Goodfellas. I mean, obviously he was in Field of Dreams or 8 Men Out, rather. Was he in Field of Dreams too? He was in 8 Men Out. I knew that. Anyway, I've loved Ray for a long time, and he died peacefully in his sleep at 67. I mean, I guess it's the way we'd all want to go, just chilling, but it was sad to see him on the screen thinking that he's gone,
Wasn't Shoeless Joe played by Ray Liotta in Field of Dreams?
Yeah, and I thought that was 8 Men Out. Wasn't he in 8 Men Out?
No, in 8 Men Out, it was played by
Shoeless Joe's another guy in 8 Men Out.
John Cusack.
Oh, okay. Cusack. I'm a big fan of Cusack.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Or a good actor. I don't know if he's a good guy. Mike North hates him.
Well, personally, great guy.
Let's see. What do we got in the chat here? Ozzy has flirted with death many, many times. Cliff is so right about that. And Keith Richards already looks dead, according to Cornelius. Yeah, that is so true, man.
I'm going to be really bummed out when Al Pacino dies, though. I'm a big fan of Al's. Even De Niro. De Niro's supposed to be such an asshole to everybody, but I really like Al, though. Man, I love Al as an actor.
De Niro, Pesci, and Al are going to be.
You ever see an actor or actress that was you just seemed like you just seen her and they were good looking. The next thing you know, you see them in on the red carpet or something. It looked like they aged 20 or 30 years. Like fuck, like what the fuck happened to that person?
The whole Hollywood thing. They can pay so much money to look younger than they really are, and then every once in a while it just doesn't work. All of a sudden they start really looking their age. Ray Liotta was Shoeless Joe in Field of Dreams, indeed.
Which one of those chicks from 80 for Brady would you drill right now, Dan Aguirre?
I didn't watch that. Who's in that? Jane Fonda? Who are the other ladies?
Lily Tomlin.
She's an asshole. We know that from I Heart Huckabees.
Who else
I have a
is in
question
that?
for you, Dan. You saw Cocaine Bear. How was Ray Liotta in there? Did he make it through the whole film?
Yeah. Obviously, it's filmed before he died. Not trying to be sarcastic.
Well, I know, but I was wondering if they might have digitized the rest of him if he didn't make it through it.
No, as far as I know, he filmed that. That wasn't his last movie. I think he was working on a film when he died, but I think he made it through that. Yeah, because this character's significant in the end. I thought most of us assumed that he died in that movie. I don't want to give any spoilers to you all because it's a fun movie. But yeah, Ray's a significant character in it in the second half of the film. Ice Cube's son's in it too.
So the premise is that a plane crash lands and there's a bunch of cocaine out in the fields, and this bear gets to the cocaine.
They play off of the stuff during Iran-Contra where the CIA was dumping all that coke. It's just, it's not a conspiracy theory. I mean, they tried to blame it all on Oliver North, if you recall, and Reagan was like, well, I'm so old, I don't know anything about it. And Bush was like, I'm just the vice president, I don't know anything about it, but as soon as I become president, I'm going to give everyone a blanket pardon that has anything to do with it. All that is fact, by the way. But so pilots were dropping the dope, and that's basically what the premise is. It's set in 1985, the movie is. So you got the older vehicles and stuff, which is cool. But yeah, they drop this cocaine from the air, and yeah, the bear and his cubs are ingesting all this cocaine.
Were you surprised at the directing job by Elizabeth Banks? The beautiful Elizabeth Banks is the director.
No, and I was so rooting for her because I saw an interview with her. She was talking about how the last film she did was like Charlie's Angels reboot, and it was such a financial clusterfuck that she knew her next film would be her defining one. Like if I have another clunker, I'm not going to get any more directing gigs. So she risked everything to do this Cocaine Bear because she wanted to do something outside the box that had the chance to make money for her own career. And being that I like her, and I was part of the reason I wanted to see it at the theater, to do my small $10 part in helping in the film, and or $13, whatever it was. But yeah, I like her, and I thought the movie was solid, man.
Dan, I want to see if I can get Aldo to pull up a picture for 80 for Brady, and hang Dan's light down. I want to see who Dan would drill in that movie.
Well, back in the day, I would have definitely had sex with Jane when she was in Barbarella.
I love this.
I just want to see. I know who I would do if it was going to be me.
I don't remember who's in the film other than Jane Fonda.
It's easily going to be.
We're going to see it in a second.
I'll let Aldo pull it up.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
I do not want to see this movie, for the record. I do not want to watch this movie.
No, I don't want to see it.
Come on. What's wrong with you guys?
It's fun to think about it.
Oh, I got too many things on here. I got to get rid of one. Hold on.
Yeah, man, that was dark. That was dark right there. That was real dark.
Hey, well, you're still looking for that. You mentioned the Lisa Marie thing. That's something she and Michael Jackson had such a weird, awkward kiss at the 1994 MTV Video Music Awards. It would have been like if you had to kiss your sister or something. It was just fucking weird.
Yeah, there we go. There we go, Dan.
Okay, who's right here? Who's the second one?
Rita Moreno, all the way far left. Jane Fonda is wearing, they're all wearing number 12, but Jane Fonda is the second from the left. Lily Tomlin, and then Sally Field, who looks actually like John Santucci in drag.
Wow. Well, definitely not Lily, because again, from all the footage with her and that director from I Heart Huckabee, she's hard to work with. She's mean, man. So, Sally, I'd be thinking about Forrest Gump too much, where she's fucking Forrest's teacher to get him into school and shit.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, the Rita was fine as a motherfucker back in the day. Maybe.
Wait, what?
Maybe because of our politics too, man. Maybe, and again, my dad was in Vietnam, and don't hit me with this Hanoi Jane shit or whatever. But I'm gonna say, based on this picture alone, I'm gonna say Jane Fonda.
Oh no, you got to give Rita Moreno her last good night.
Exactly. Thank you.
I think she looks great. I mean, for her age, and she looked great when she was young. But
dude, Sally Field is hot as fuck. Still, what are you guys talking about? Of all four of those, look at all four of them.
I'm drilling
Sally
her right
Fields
after that.
Hottest chick picture right here. Sally Fields has been that hot since Smokey and the Bandit. Come on.
That's such a bad movie to me. I hated that film.
While I'm handling Rita, I'm telling Sally, stay your ass right there. Take everything off. I'll be right over there.
It's too bad Raquel Welch died because she was the hottest older lady I think I've ever seen.
That doesn't even look like Jane Fonda to me. But Sally Fields is hot as fuck right there. She looks like 22 to me right there still.
I'll tell you who else is hot considering they're about the same age as Susan Sarandon still is very, very pretty.
Nah, what's that lady's name? That British lady that plays in all those British movies. I can't think of her name.
Oh yeah, with like the
Helen Mirren
car movies.
Helen Mirren, there you go.
Yeah, Ellen
She's
Mirren.
not bad.
You know who else is? What's her name? Oh God, my favorite actress. She was in. Never mind, I can't.
Hold
think
on,
of her
you said that too fast, man. I bet you held your dick for that one, didn't you? You spit that right out, Tooch.
She's hot old chick.
You've been in the bathroom over a toilet.
May I suggest watching The Cook, the Thief, His Wife, and Her Lover again, where you can see her full frontal, Dan Aguirre.
I like that.
Who is this again?
Helen Mirren.
Oh, she's full frontal in that movie?
Mm-hmm. That's a great movie, too.
Really?
That's a good look.
If you like the menu.
Anybody know who Rebecca Johnson is?
Yes.
Friend of yours, Dan Aguirre?
She attended the films with me over the weekend.
Oh, hi, Rebecca.
She's a chemical engineer.
Who's my
chemical engineer?
No shit. She's fucking smart as shit.
No, the older woman.
Hold on, Dan said, what's her name before she passed? Raquel Welch.
Oh, Raquel Welch.
She's from Chicago.
Who's seen
born
her
in Chicago?
I haven't seen her since I don't know when. What did she look like before she passed?
She was still looking good. Hot. I mean, not as good as like when Jim Brown was fucking her, but still, like, she looked good though.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Right, Tooch. All right, gloves are coming off, motherfucker.
I
gotta go too. Dan Aguirre. Before
I got one last thing too.
You're not leaving, are you?
Yeah, I'm tired as fuck. I'm old.
Here,
check this out.
Oh, look at that. Robert Harris.
Yeah, with me and Joe, my radio son, Joe Mandel.
Tooch got the Godfather.
Joe and I are over 6 feet tall, too. Just FYI.
Tooch looks like the Godfather with those cotton balls in his mouth.
Roy Robertson Harris, about 6'7".
He's a stud. All right, Dan Aguirre and I and Johnny Santucci are leaving, but don't fret, everybody, because last week when
fucking Bears overtime,
look at that.
Bears overtime.
Fuck yourself, Aldo.
Bears overtime with
Mark Trestman.
Fucking Mark Trestman.
Mark Shorty.
I am out of here, guys. You're in good hands with Mr. Shorty and
are you?
Nomad.
Are you really?
I hope so. God.
Right, everyone be well.
Shit straight over here. Hold on a second.
I do have one last thing though, Aldo.
Yes,
thank you.
After about 40 years, Mel Brooks is finally making History of the World Part 2.
Yeah, great cast too.
What?
It looks really History of the World Part 1. I've waited for 40 years to see Part 2. I thought he'd never make it. You know? There was like a little trailer. It's on Hulu starting March 6th.
Oh wow.
It's like 4 episodes of History of the World Part 2.
Damn.
By the way, dude, can I ask you? I just finished 1883 this past weekend, and have you seen? You've seen 1923, right?
Not yet.
Okay, but you saw all of 1883.
Yep.
Okay, so for anyone that hasn't seen that, wow, watch that for sure. I wanted to see that all the way till the end, and then it was like no giveaways, but wow at the end. But I'm very excited to watch 1923, which is like the episode.
The women I work with have made me watch these shows. I just can't dig it. I like Kevin Costner, but that show's like Days of Our Fucking Lives, man. It's like who's fucking who? Jamie's trying to take over the business. Who's got amnesia?
I was worried about that. Like, where does that go? Is it going to be like too shitty, weird, in modern day times? You know?
I fell asleep in 1923 first episode.
Okay, thank you. So, but 1883 was really good.
1883 was great.
I loved it.
A show that I got to go, a show that I couldn't dig, everybody else loved, is that Last of Us on HBO. I just couldn't find. I just fucked that show. I just didn't like it.
No.
Hey, Perry Mason season 2 starts March 6th. Remember we talked about that on your show back in the day. We covered it extensively on I Have a Stream.
Yeah,
with Matthew Reese on HBO.
Yeah, has the Perry Mason season 2. Danny?
Yeah, March 6th on HBO.
March 6th, yep.
Hey guys, I gotta go though. I gotta go. I'll see you.
I gotta go too.
Aldo, are you watching Last of Us?
Holy shit, we're all just getting fucked off over here. Okay, see you guys.
All right.
Have a great show, guys.
Yeah, I love you guys. I'm not watching any film until after March Madness, Nomad. I'll take your word for it on all of them.
Nomad has been
Every guy
film.
is awesome.
I did it all for you guys. Don't worry, man.
I know. I'll watch Overtime tomorrow while I'm doing my work at work.
All right, kick rocks, motherfucker. Get out.
All right, brother. I love you guys.
Love you guys too, man. Good night, Tucci.
Good night.
Fucking Aldo's gonna sit back and eat some popcorn now.
Yeah, man. Hey, do me a favor. Before you as you pulling guys up and pulling up film, save the receivers for last. There's only a couple of them.
Well, I'm going to give you the order that you want to go in, and you say the name, and I have them here. I might be missing a couple, but you say the name, I'll bring it up. Just give me a second to find it. So what we're doing here now in Bears Bare Their Souls Overtime is we're going to talk about some of these prospects that Nomad loves in this coming draft, and you guys can stick around. By the way, tomorrow night is the open mic night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And we're looking for anyone who wants to join the show to email at DanTheDirtyBear. Sounds horrible. DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com. Email DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com if you would like to join the open mic show tomorrow night, Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. every other Wednesday. So tomorrow night is Swifty. We're going to have J2K in the house. J2K, love you. We're going to have Swanky in the house. And we're looking for one more who wants to join us. So anyone who wants to join the show tomorrow night and talk with Swifty, Nomad, you're joining us, right? You're part of the show?
Send me the invite.
And Swinky and whoever else wants to join the show. Tomorrow night is open mic. It's about you guys in chat. You guys get to talk. So I'm going to present some questions to you guys. I'll let you guys go. You guys can talk with Nomad. You guys can talk with each other. It's about you guys in chat, engaging with each other. That's the point of the show. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you want to join the show, DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com to join the open mic night. Please make sure that you send your emails because we will bring you on. So I got a list here, man. Just let me know who you want to talk about.
Okay, let me preface what I did. Okay. I know how you guys are in the chat because I'm always in chats and I'm always talking to people in chats about football players and the Bears. And what I noticed is we don't get to enough of it in Bare Their Souls. They love Bare Their Souls as a show and as a concept, and they're going to stick with us no matter what. But I know for a fact that a bunch of them in the chat are itching for some real football content and some real, possibilities. And what I had in mind is we talk about, the kitchen counter kind of guys that everybody knows the name to. Everybody knows Jalen Carter and all these different names, JSN. And what I wanted to do was to think about how, I think this front office and the coaching staff are looking for value. And they keep saying it over and over and over again. And to me, that signals we're going to probably trade back as many times as we can to get volume and a bunch of players. So those guys in the third round and back, and maybe be, a lot of these guys I'm going to talk about, it's possible they won't even be drafted, but that doesn't mean they don't have talent. It just means that there's not enough players drafted. Every year I have a problem with that. And so what I did was a deep dive and tried to find, I went defense this time. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I went pretty much all defense because I believe 100% that defense wins championships. Offense sustains you, but defense will win you championships. You got to keep the offense off the field, and you need depth. Why the Ravens and why the Steelers were good for so long is because you couldn't tell the difference between the first guy that was on the field and the first string offense, the first string defense, and the second and the third guy. They just kept coming at you in waves. And so they're looking to build this franchise in the draft. How many times you heard Poles say that right away when this first press conference, right? Mm-hmm. We're going to build this team through the draft. And they're looking to get a bunch of pieces. And so what I did was a deep dive defensively. I sprinkled in a couple of offensive players, a couple of receivers. And I promise you guys, next week I'll do more offense and running backs and receivers and things like that. But I went defense this time. And I just want you guys to be open-minded and take a look at what these guys can bring to the table. So my first guy would be, let me look at this. I'm just going to spitball this. This is probably one of my favorite guys to look at, Jaden Grant. 6 foot, 195 out of Oregon State, I believe.
All right, 1 second. I got that right here. Let me just, I'm using a new computer, so 1 second. All right, here we go.
One thing I want you guys to notice about this guy is how fucking tenacious he is. He's got an attitude. And he plays with it.
So you're looking at number 3 here.
He's an undersized. People would say undersized for safety, but Eddie Jackson is probably an inch or maybe a half inch taller than him. About the same weight, 195, 198, somewhere in that range. But this dude is ferocious, man. My coach, one of my coaches used to tell me all the time. He's like, dude, you got the same $300 or $400 worth of fucking equipment as the next person. Use it on that motherfucker. And you can look at this dude and watch him play. And I watch
speed.
I mean, this dude will hit you.
I see closing speed and the ability to hit right there when I'm looking at this guy.
This dude will hit you and hit you hard.
How the hell did my menu get over here on this screen again? This is annoying. But look at this. Fumble, snag. This dude's got closing speed. He's quick. That's what I'm seeing here when you're talking about him. Let me replay that.
I'll tell you an interesting thing about this guy. I didn't find this out until after I was done looking at him and scouting him. But he's the son of apparently a former NBA player, Brian Grant, that used to play for the Portland Trail Blazers and the LA Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
6'8", 6'9", and was defending Shaq. And defending him well. With a lot of, you can see where this dude gets his tenacity from. This dude is 6'8", 6'9", guarding Shaq and keeping Shaq out of the paint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about resilience. You can see this all over this kid's tape. This dude is all over the field. Quick twitch ability to be able to change directions at the snap of a finger. He is lightning fast.
My God, and he hits too. Look at that. Love it.
If you're trying to build a culture and you want to get guys that love football, like they say, and play with a certain kind of attitude and a demeanor, this is the kind of guy you will want late in the draft and the value pick. I'm telling you, this guy right here, Jaden, what's his name? Jaden Grant. Man, the more you watch this guy, if you guys get a chance to, on your own, go and watch this guy's as much film on this guy as you can. What you will come away with is this dude is ferocious. for a guy that's that size, he's running into dudes that are 250, 240. You know what I mean? Just running into him like it's no problem at all. But that's the kind of attitude you want when you play. Football players need to have a certain kind of tenacity, and he exhibits that every bit of his film.
I agree with those clips right there that Aldo made for us. Who's next on your list?
Hits principle, just like J2K says. It's you see that all over his film. He's great. Okay, let's look at Deslin Alexander.
Okay.
Here's another guy.
1 second. Let's just get this to load here.
Okay. While you're doing that, this guy's when I start studying defensive ends and defensive tackles, the thing that comes to mind for me is I think about the coaching staff and the things that they say. And if you play defense for a good defensive coach, you'll notice that the thing that sticks out about defensive coaches is they value versatility more than anything. And so if you have a guy that's 6'4", let me see, 6'4", 275, and look at this guy's lower body, he got overshadowed because he's playing with Kalijah Kancey. But the guy ended up with, let me look at some of his stats. I didn't get to do everybody's stats, but I got his done, I believe. Hold on 1 second. Deslin Alexander, he ended up playing with Kalijah Kancey. His production was 29 total tackles, 13 solo, 16 assists. I would circle the assist because that's one of the stats in the box score that gets kind of overlooked. The assists are, things that are happening around you, and you probably deserve a sack, but you didn't get it. So he's at 16 of those and 5.5 sacks.
That's better than Muhammad did last year.
I mean, you look at him below the waist. If you want to look at anything, guys, and I keep talking about this, upside when it comes to most players on the field happens below the waist. This dude at 275 right now, in 2 to 3 years could be that's trending towards 300.
Right.
That's a defensive tackle. He's not twitchy. He doesn't have great bursts, but he plays with a lot of force, and that's a good. Go ahead.
So you're thinking of 3-tech in a couple of years?
Yeah, he's a tackle at some point or a heavy edge. You can probably, the thing about that with the 4-3 is you can line him up all up and down the line, so you don't have to be forced to play all 3-tech or all defensive end. You can play at different downs and situational stuff. You can move him around. So I mean, he's a great value, man. I mean, he's probably not going to be a starter on this level, but he's going to be a great depth piece because he plays with a lot of strength.
Well, that's what the draft is about. It's not just like superstars who you're going to get in the first or second or third or whatever round. It's about those chess pieces, right? The players that you're going to have for depth.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, it's likely that he might not even be drafted. But if he comes in as a UDFA on somebody's team, they're going to like what he can bring to the table because you can move him around. He's not just strictly an edge, and he's not strictly a defensive tackle. And that's where you have value. They keep saying value, and we need to keep listening to him. So that's why I studied this guy, and I brought him up.
I have one more of him here, too.
What you got?
Here's another clip of Deslin. Oop. There we go. He's playing the other side now. He was at right end.
Bring that back one more time. And so, okay, so look at how he lined up.
No man scouting report. So now he's on the right side.
Okay, pause it. Wait a minute. What was that first play? This is a different play.
Yeah, this is the other play that Aldo made for us. So
okay, this right here. I guess you can call this a traditional DN on a twist or stunt. It's I wish he'd have got another set of videos because he lines up at 3-tech and played it well. But this is good too, man. He's a versatile guy. He's not one of those guys that you're gonna you're gonna go out of your way to try to draft. If he falls into a position that you think you can get value for him in the 6th or 7th round, you draft him. But other than that, you don't go out of your way to get this guy. But he's got upside, a lot of upside. If you look at him below the waist, you can see a lot. Plays with a big motor. He's always coming at you. It's like when you watch him on tape in several games, it's like he's going out of his way to make sure Kalijah Cansey doesn't overshadow him.
Mm-hmm.
And then it starts to show up in games, and he's making plays. He's making a lot of almost there, and I'm right there at the quarterback, but I don't get the sack. And so it's probably he end up with 5 sacks, 5.5 sacks. Probably should have ended up with like 10 or 12 of them after looking at some of his tape.
Look at this spin move here. That was sick.
He's just powerful.
Mm-hmm.
He's very powerful. His lower body is really strong.
There are so many players available in the draft that can give you currency that that's what's so exciting about the draft.
It's like, man, dude, I can do this shit. I can do this shit for free. I do this shit for nothing.
You are doing it for free. What
exactly? And enjoying doing it. Enjoying doing it. I probably should get paid for this shit, but I enjoy doing it. This shit is fucking fun. Watching these players that nobody talk about. Nobody, everybody's so busy talking about your guys that everybody's talking about on Twitter. You forget that there's like thousands of guys, hundreds of guys out there that aren't getting talked about that are really good players.
Dude,
so he's on the lower end of that.
Yeah. Here he is again, playing the left side. I mean, the draft is so exciting. This is why I don't like getting my wad blown in this early in the season, is because then I have all these expectations, like not expectations, but these excitements for who I want the Bears to draft. And I'm, you get down to the actual draft, you're like, I've been scouting all these players for this long, and you're like, fuck, this guy went to the Ravens, that guy went to the Steelers, this guy went here. Then you're like, for me, I like to personally, I don't like to be disappointed with all the overexcitement that I do in this projection time of the draft. But when I get closer to the draft, once things get narrowed down, that's where I start to get excited, because I see the players who are actually might be targeted by the Bears, who the Bears could pick when it comes down to the combine, the free agency, and all that shit. But this is very exciting to watch this kind of stuff, because you see who's out there that you might not have any idea about. And this is great to have your perspective of this.
J2K just dotted it. He just said he's a ball of clay. It's what he is. And if you know anything about really good coaches, one thing they love is a blank canvas. Somebody that doesn't have a bag, somebody that doesn't have a skill set. He's just engineered off of pure power. Everything he's doing, you didn't see anything quick, twitchy, and bursty out of that guy. What you saw was pure power. I'm going to force my way. And what coaches like about guys like that is now you can take him and shape him, mold him, and give him that tool bag to work with. Give him that primary move, give him that secondary move, and now you can use that alongside your power to really make yourself some money in this league. You can have a career of 8 to 10, 12 years. And so I love watching guys like that, because I don't see what you just saw on camera. I see 4 or 5 years down the line once he learns some things. And so that's kind of my primary reason for doing some of this stuff. But some of these other guys I'm going to talk to y'all about, you can see it right away. Trust me. He's on the lower end of that spectrum. So he's on the way lower end of that spectrum. Like this guy right here. I think his name is Lawal. What is his name? Lawal something.
Lawal Ugwak?
Yeah, Ugwak, yeah. Here's another guy. Traits guy. Pure traits.
1 second. Let me pull him up here. I use a Mac for this. I'm getting used to it, so give me a second here. There we go.
It's all good. While you're doing that, this guy right here, again, just look at what he's got going on below the waist and look at the arm length. He's listed as a D end. But if you watch enough games, he played, I think this is UConn, I believe he plays for. But if you watch enough of their games, they did him a favor and did not line him up exclusively on the end. They let him play 3-tech a lot because I think they were projecting him favorably for the draft so that he could, get a leg up on understanding the position. And he thrived. I mean, he didn't knock you out of your socks with his stats or anything like that because he's just learning the position. But this dude right here, he's about 6'4", 6'5", about in the 280-ish range, and his lower body is going to be something to behold sometime down the line. He's going to be a great what you call rotational guy early in his career, but you never know with these kind of guys what could happen later on. These funny names and just he's a powerful motherfucker, man.
Like I said, funny names because it's true. There's a lot of crazy names, man.
Yeah.
Luai Uguak.
Luai Uguak. I went deep. And another thing that I had in mind when I was studying some of these guys is I noticed this last year when they drafted a lot of guys that fit the type of schemes that they run. And so I looked at a lot of Big Ten games. I've seen a lot of Pac-12 teams like Oregon and teams like that run a lot of zone-based schemes. And in the Big Ten, there's a lot of teams that run that zone-based strategy it's a lot of players in that area between the big Pac-12 and the Big Ten. We're going to find a lot of good talent in those two areas. And so that's kind of where I was at when I was looking for these guys.
PJ asks, are you confident the Bears can mold this guy? I'm not sure which guy we were talking about. Was that
Wow.
Yeah. Are you confident that they can mold that guy into you're talking about a 3-tech or a defensive end?
I'll tell you what I think about this coaching staff. I've been watching them probably more carefully than I've been watching polls or listening to polls because I know polls is basically a reflection of what Eberflus wants. We judge polls because we judge polls, but the truth is Matt Eberflus and his coaching staff are the ones that are stirring this pot. Matt Eberflus's job, Ryan Poles' job is to get Matt Eberflus, get Luke Getsy, get Alan Williams in the room and say, hey, tell me what you guys want. What do you guys need to make this shit work? And they're gonna come with him with a fucking a list long as your arm full of guys that they want and they need, and for whatever reason. We can judge polls still because that's the nature of the business. The GM's gonna get judged. But remember, the coaching staff, they're the guys that are stirring this pot. He's just there to go and get the groceries.
Right.
And so the confidence that I have in the coaching staff is it filters from Eberflus and how he thinks. I believe in how he thinks and how he's putting this thing together from the floor up. Get the basics down first. Teachers. How many times did you hear this guy say we wanted to bring in teachers? How many times have you heard that? And I've seen that.
There are more. Yeah.
I've seen that. That's why I have confidence in that guy.
It kind of reminds me of the Lovie Smith era, though. When they were working, he was working in tandem with Jerry Angelo, and they were bringing in the Tommy Harrises of the world and all that shit. They were working in tandem to bring in the right players for that system, and they did a good job of it. So if they can work in tandem, like you're saying, in this regime and bring in the players that Eberflus needs, fuck, man, the sky's the limit.
Yeah. It's about teaching guys, man. It's about teaching guys what you need them to do.
Sorry, I just spilt my drink all over my table. Let me get a towel over here. Go ahead, keep talking.
No, it's about, he asked me how confident I am in the Bears being able to mold guys. I think more than anything, I think they're confident. Ryan Poles is confident in them being able to mold guys. And not really placing so much value on some of those tabletop names everybody's talking about and saying that we can do better later on in the draft. We can get some really talented guys that we just need to coach up.
Well, and I've been saying this about the hits principle. It's so new that everyone's been talking about it, the media being them. They're like shoving it down our throats that, oh, the hits principle. It's some people are sick of hearing it, but it's going to go away after a certain period of time, and we're not going to be hearing about the hits principle anymore. We're going to be seeing that the players that they're drafting that fits that, they're going to automatically come into the system, mold into that, and then boom, we're done talking about the hits principle in 2 years. By this season, I think we'll be done with it. The players that they draft will fit the system. Boom, we're off and running.
I think you're tired of hearing about the hits principle. I think it's a fun. I mean, that's just what is that called? An acronym or whatever the fuck it is. That's just
from day one they've been saying, "Oh, acronym." Nobody likes acronyms, and I never bought into that. But I'm personally sick of hearing of that acronym because I think they're making too much of it. That's all. I believe in it. I just think it's like the media is making so much of it that they're the ones that are drowning it out. You know,
when you're in a building, when you're around coaches that are trying to establish a way of going about things, establish a mindset, and they stick to these certain terms that they use. At first, it's like, you know what, man, I'm all right. I've heard that enough. I get the point, man. God damn. But over time, it was the same for me when I got to school. Same kind of stuff, same shit, in a different way of putting things, but the same stuff. And at first I was just like, because they own your ass constantly, they're constantly grading you, they're constantly, making you, but before you know it, you're getting to another level of something that you didn't know you had in you. It's like you didn't realize you had it in you, and next thing you know is you're starting to pull it out of yourself after you get your conditioning up to the point that you know you need to be. After you're done out all night fucking drinking and laying around with women and doing all that shit, you're starting to put time into your body and put the right things into your body, and all that shit with the hits principle, you start to see it. And now let's say you're a year into it and you realize the difference that it makes, especially when it translates to the football field. And so therefore the next crop of guys that are coming in, you emphasize it to them and say, I know it sounds like some bullshit and you tired of hearing it, but I'm going to show you how it works and how it worked for me. And you're going to see.
PJ says, in all honesty, I did not see Robinson improve throughout the season, meaning what the hell's his name? Say Byron. I've lost his name. He seemed to regress after the first game where he had a sack and a half. Your thoughts, Nomad? Dominique Robinson, thank you.
Yeah, that's most of the rookies hit a rookie wall, and that's a saying. Rookies are going to hit a rookie wall, and that would be, I think that's about par for the course for Dominique Robinson. He got up to that point where he thought he was going to make that breakthrough, and because he was right there at the edge of being able to turn that corner or make that secondary move to get that tackle out of the way and get to the quarterback, and he never got there. And so I think that's what PJ means by the regression. He just was never able to finish on his, and he just never developed that secondary move. He either tried to win with his speed. If that didn't work, he didn't have anything to counter that, or tried to win with his power, that long arm stab, and didn't have anything to counter. But in time, he's going to develop that. He's going to get that secondary move, and it's going to be a lot faster. And if he does, that dude is going to be a fucking problem. Rookies go through a lot of shit in their first year in the NFL. And by the time, midway through the season, towards the end of the season, yeah, they're tired. They've had it with that shit, man. And it's just like, all right, let's just get this shit over. I'm ready to reset and try this shit again next year. So, yeah, I think he hit the rookie wall for sure.
So you think next year is he something that's viable as an option? Do you think we should be looking past Dominique Robinson?
Hell no, we ought not be looking past him. You definitely better keep him, because you don't want to see that guy pop through that shell that he's in or that bubble that he's in, he's not able to really, close the deal on his pass rush yet. You don't want to see that guy. You let him go and he goes somewhere else in a year or 6 months from now. Next thing you know, he's getting it. He's figured it out. And you want to keep that guy in the fold. You're drafting him for a reason. You believe in him. Keep working on him.
J2K says, I wonder if Quinn was coaching him up with the defensive end room for each game, what to do, what to expect. That could be true. J2K is going to be on the show tomorrow night on the Bears Barroom Open Mic Night. So we can't wait to see what you have to say about some of the prospects we're going to be talking about with Swifty tomorrow night. So J2K, it's going to be fun talking with you tomorrow night. He's got a lot of good shit to say.
I'm sure Robert Quinn probably played a heavy role in trying to develop Dominique Robinson. But it's one thing, it's almost like when you, I ain't never had no kids, but I've raised a lot of them, just being in my mentorship. What happens is you tell them a lot, you teach them a lot, but you don't always see the results of it right away. Sometimes they're like young people, you just don't, they're fucking hard-headed and you think that the shit's landing, but it's landing, but it's not going to really show itself until later on. They learn in their own time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably a lot like you did when you were a kid.
Like I'm doing right now. Yeah. PJ says, so my point is that the coaching staff didn't do a lot to help him. How can they help the kid from Pitt? I'm just saying that I'm not very confident in the coaching staff yet. So like, how do you feel about, we've talked about it all night, but your confidence in the coaching staff with the development of some of these players that we're going to bring in the future here?
Say that one more time, man. I got interrupted a little bit. Say that.
Your confidence in the coaching staff from some of the players that we're going to bring in to develop.
My confidence in the coaching staff. I'm being I got shit going on at the house, but
it's all good.
One more time, man.
PJ says the coaching staff didn't do a lot to help Dominique Robinson. How can they help the kid from Pitt? He's not very confident in the coaching staff yet. So how do you feel about the coaching staff moving forward with developing players that we draft compared to how they developed Dominique Robinson?
That for one, the coaching staff isn't all the way secure. We don't know if they're gonna still make changes or not. We don't know. I mean, they could have that in mind. I don't know what they have in mind as far as their coaching staff, and if they thought their coaching staff and the teaching was sufficient to the level that they wanted. I don't know. But I know that they still want to bring in guys that they can develop and bring teachers around them that can help develop them. They just hired a guy from the Tennessee Titans just yesterday or today. I believe they finalized that deal. He was a tight ends coach there. He was a assistant coach somewhere else, but apparently there's a lot of people around the league that really like this guy, and they rave about him being a great teacher. And I'm just going to lean into that. I mean, they could still make some moves there and bring in some other guys that they think can help those the specific positional players. Like if Dominique Robinson, let's just say they brought in somebody like a Dwight Freeney or something like that to actually be an assistant on the staff, or they brought in Julius Peppers or somebody like that to teach him some of the finer things about it. Those are the kind of moves that they might make, on the side, or they might not even tell us about it. They might come into camp and have those guys working with them and not even say nothing about it until afterwards. But those are the kind of moves they make.
Keep talking. I'm making a banner here.
No, I mean, we need to probably pull up the next guy or answer a couple.
Well, 1 second. Just making a banner for people that don't know. The open mic night tomorrow night is Wednesday, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Same time as this show tonight. And just trying to make a banner while we're fucking talking here. Bears open mic night
I think you got
Wednesday.
the point, man. Just put it up there.
I'm trying to fucking type. Give me a second.
I mean, what's the show supposed to be about? I mean, just talking to people in the chat.
It's about, the show is about people in chat joining the show, and you guys get to be the show. So tomorrow night on Bears Open Mic Night, we have J2K joining us, and we also have Swanky joining us, and Swifty is the special guest, and he's about to go to the scouting combine. I thought he said he was going to be at the scouting combine, but I think he was. I talked to him several weeks ago, so he's actually going there on Thursday. So he'll be there. He'll be with us tomorrow night on the Bears Barroom Open Mic Night, and anyone can ask Swifty questions. They can ask you questions. They can talk to each other. I'm really not going to be that much part of the show. I'm just going to moderate it and ask questions and kind of engage you guys. So the show is about bringing people in from chat to let chat be the show, and I think it's going to be fucking awesome. PJ says, "Did you get my email, Shorty? Did you email it to Bears Barroom? I'm sorry, to DanTheDirtyBear at gmail.com, PJ? Because if you did, I haven't checked it yet because I've been on the show all night, but I will be checking that tomorrow. Any one of you guys in chat that would like to join the show tomorrow, we need one more person. We could probably even bring in two more, but we're down one. So we need one more person from chat. Any one of you guys that want to be on the show tomorrow, email DanTheDirtyBear at gmail.com. And we'll do our damn best to bring you in the show because you will be the show. PJ, thank you. I haven't checked it yet. I will check it. But if you want to come on the show tomorrow night, you are the show, PJ. We'll bring you on. You can talk with Swifty. You can talk with Nomad. You can talk with J2K. You can talk with Swanky. And I'm just going to kind of present you some questions, some pontifications, if you will. And I'm going to let you guys go and kind of back myself out and let you guys have the show because you guys are the fucking show. Open mic night tomorrow night where you're the fucking show. Seriously, you guys in chat, you're always talking to each other. If you're not talking to us, you're talking to each other. And tomorrow night is your chance to talk shit with each other. You guys are the show. If you don't want to be in, if you don't want to have your video, we can do the same thing like we do with Nomad. Like we're going to do with J2K. J2K doesn't have camera, so he's just going to be audio. Either way, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'd love to see Triple R come in and tell me I need to take some fucking Quaaludes. So I hope that I took enough Quaaludes for you tonight, Triple R.
Well, I mean, one thing I would remember if I were you is they want to talk about, you got to think about current events and what's on their minds and what's keeping them anxious about the Bears and all that stuff about, like me, for instance, I'm glad that Deron Payne got tagged and they made a statement about T. Higgins isn't going anywhere so people can shut the fuck up about it. We can't have every fucking name that gets mentioned in a rumor that's might not be re-signed or might be willing to get traded. Man, we can't have every fucking body out there. We don't know who they value as great players and who they value as people that want to come. We're probably not going to get most of the guys that everybody's talking about. Draymond Jones, and probably not going to get D-Hop. Probably not. But we can do just fine without them. We can do just fine. There are guys out there. Trust me. But yeah, that's something that kind of gets up and just wild hair in my ass. I get kind of tired of that. But they man, that was probably my can of whoop ass for the night. But we get a little too animated, and next thing you know, it turns into knife fights with differences of what you think this guy is versus what I think that guy is, and it fits and all that kind of stuff, man. And we get crazy, and it turns into something else on social media. So just know that they want to talk about current things.
let me just answer PJ's question here. So PJ, it's going to be live. If you only have a phone, how it works is we'll send you the link if you want to join the show. Okay, so email us at DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com, and then we'll email you the link prior to the show. You hop in about 15 minutes before, make sure all your audio and your everything else is working correctly, and then we'll be able to bring you on the show, and we'll kind of have you in the background. And then when we start the show, it'll be all of us at one time. It'll be you, J2K, Nomad, Swifty, and Swanky, and I'm gonna have some questions for you guys. I'm just gonna kind of pose
Shorty,
questions for you
do me a
guys.
favor. Keep
Let you guys
promoting
talk.
the show right quick for me. I gotta pop out for just 1 second, man. Keep promoting.
Go take a shit.
No.
So go jerk off then, wherever they do. So that's kind of the premises, is that you guys want to be on the show. Email DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com. We'll send you a link, just like we do anyone that comes on the show. We'll hopefully you can hop in about 15 minutes before, and then we can make sure all your audio and your video and everything works correctly, and then we'll start the show, and it'll be you guys. And J2K, I'm excited to talk, for you to talk. It's more than 200 characters too, because you are stuck in the chat zone. Did you guys see the promo that we made? You're stuck in the chat zone. So come on and join the show, man. We're trying to start something here that's going to be fucking amazing and different than any other podcast out there, where the chat can join the show. Anyone can be a part of the show. We want to hear what you guys have to say. You guys have your own voice, and you guys have some good shit to say. You're talking to each other in chat. You're spitting out good stuff or pulling up here in the comments sections. Like, you guys are awesome. Date to be. What does that mean, Foster? Date to of is Todd. DT. What does DTOB mean, Foster? DTOB is Todd. DTOB equals Todd. I don't know what DTOB. DTBT. TTDB. I don't fucking know what you're talking about. Just spell it out, Foster. I'm not good with acronyms. But the point is, Foster, man, you can come on the show too. Any one of you guys in chat. We're trying to make this something unique for the fans. It's going to be a very unique experience. I'm really just going to R2D2, Cliff. I'm going to pose some pontificating questions that I want you guys to talk about. And then I'm going to back myself off. So I'm going to basically do this. I'm going to go, blah, 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 blah. What do you guys think about blah, blah, blah? And I'm going to go. And then you guys are going to have it out. And it's going to be upon you to figure out the answer. It's going to be, it's almost going to kind of be like the Bear debate with the barroom chat members, and anyone can be involved. We can't pull you in on a regular basis. Like, if you're just like, you want to join the link, because there's too many issues with programming, with people's mics and their videos not working correctly. So we have to make sure we get all that kind of hammered out in the beginning. Oh, Dan the Dirty Bear. Thank you, PJ. We have to make sure that we get all the audio and video worked out first before you come on the show. We don't want to have it to be a disaster. But once we figure that all out, you'll be on the show. It'll be all you guys talking with yourselves. You guys can talk with Nomad. You guys can talk with Swifty tomorrow, and it'll be amazing. I'm just going to kind of pontificate and moderate and let you guys have the show. It's going to be a lot of fun. Cliff says, think fast. Don't freeze up. Shorty's feed dies at times, so be ready. Cliff, I'm using a Mac now. It's a big difference. This Mac computer that I bought has been a pain in the ass to learn, but it's been wow, what a difference as far as quality of content. So I presume that won't happen tomorrow night, but hopefully it doesn't. If it does, we'll have enough guys that if I lose my feed, you guys will just be going off on your own anyways, and it won't matter. So I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. And Foster says, I'm gonna if you'll have me. I'll be distracted for 2 years. Been talking to Aldo. A year with Swifty. Life has been being available difficult. I see the light at the end of a tunnel. Foster, join the show. You are the show. Open mic nights, Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. It's going to be fucking awesome. I would love to see you, Foster, on the show. I saw you at the Barfly event this past year, just in the videos. You're a handsome dude. Come on the show. You got a lot of great Bears stuff to talk about. Everyone in here, I know all you do. I cannot wait to see what you guys have to say tomorrow. Cliff, I can see this show growing. I agree. This is kind of right now is kind of a little prequel to it, if you will. We're kind of talking to you in chat because I'm left here with my dick in my hand with Nomad taking a shit, which is apparently a messy one because he's been gone for a while. But my hope is to, bring this community of chat members together to create a variable of a different show that is unlike anything you've seen anywhere on YouTube, where the fans are the show. And we all love you guys, man. And we can't wait to have you all enjoy this. I think you're all going to, once you see it start to grow, you're going to gain more confidence in the other chat members that you're seeing hop in the show here and there, and you'll be like, wow, I want to do this too. Some people have their reservations. They don't, it's kind of, it can be scary at times, you're like, whoa, I don't want to hop in my favorite show, but it's, once you get used to it, it becomes it's fun. Ask J2K. He's been on a couple shows. He's all raring to go now tomorrow, man. He's got all of his shit ready. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I cannot wait to see where this goes. And I'm glad to see all of your excitement with this because it's going to be a lot of fun to see it grow. I guess Nomad's not back yet, so my dick's in my hand. Let's talk about a different player here. You guys want to see some more players? Let's talk about Bennett Williams. When he comes back, maybe he can give me a little more info on this. I'm seeing, fuck this. Let me just talk to chat here. J2K. Dan, can you answer any questions, or would you rather surprise me? I think I'd rather surprise you, J2K, because I don't have the questions yet. To be honest, that's my chore for tomorrow. Between working and getting ready for the show is getting my questions together. I do have a job, just like everyone else does. I'm not paid for this. This is just for fun. So it's you just have to kind of roll with the flow. I've been doing a lot of stuff for the barroom, making shorts. I've been helping with production. I worked on the opener for the show tomorrow. So there's a lot of things I've been doing that I haven't actually got the questions together yet, but that will be for tomorrow, my chore. And I'm just going to surprise you, man. Hope you enjoy it. But they will be good questions. You'll enjoy them.
I'm back for a minute.
All right, man. Good to see you
I'm
back.
sorry. I want to apologize to everybody watching the show. I want to apologize to you, but I got real life shit going on in my household, and it requires my attention right away. I've told you guys already that we take care of my girlfriend's mother who has dementia, and you never know what's going to come at you from one minute to the next. It's sometimes it's hell, and this is one of them nights.
Brother, it's okay, man. I got your back.
Okay, let's talk about some football. Enough of that shit. Did you show any videos up while I was gone?
I was about to before you came up, but we got chat's blown up with some questions. Bennett Williams.
How did he know that?
Well, because I was just about to, I said, let's just pull up a Bennett Williams video, and then you came back. So J2K says it was Swifty being at the combine, thought it would make sense to talk prospects, but whatever you want to do is all good. He's actually not at the combine. yet. He's going to the combine Thursday. So when I first talked to him about doing this was a while ago. You know that, JTK. And he said he was going to be at the combine, but it turns out he's there a day later. But you know, Swifty, he'll still have a lot of good shit to say. So, and I know that you guys would love to talk to Swifty because of his knowledge of the Bears. This guy's living the Bears. If he's not being paid for it by now, it's a shame. So I imagine he is. But it's going to be a good show tomorrow night, man. We're excited to have you guys.
Thank you real quick to all the guys in the chats. It's rough, man. And I don't want to sit here and complain about it. Like my life is just horrible. But you know, this is what we signed up for. You know, we decided, you know, that we wasn't going to put her nowhere and we was going to take care of her because you never know. The truth is, you never know what could happen to somebody's loved one when you put them somewhere in somebody else's care. And so I've always been a proponent of, hey, if your loved one needs you, you take care. That's just kind of guy I am, and I wouldn't let her put a mother in a nursing home or anything like that if we could avoid it. So that's just where we're at.
No, that's where we were at too. I mean, my mother-in-law passed away on August 15th, and you know, I did one of my first shows that night, and I feel like an asshole because I did the bear debate that night after my mother-in-law passed away, and I feel like an asshole for it. But I did it because I was just trying to get my mind off of what had just happened. You know, it was a whirlwind, and it was planned for weeks, and it kind of helped me get through the night. Didn't help my wife, but it helped me get through it. But it's, you know, shit happens in life. So
yeah, they came for the football though, man. They love the football, and we can talk about this shit anytime, man. So since he brought up Bennett Williams, let's do that.
All right, let's do that.
You talk about high. This guy is probably, you know, I hate to really project where somebody might be drafted because I don't know what team values what player where, but this is going to be a high value player that's probably going to get drafted after the 3rd or 4th round. But this guy's got everything you want. They play all the zone concepts that we play. He understands the concepts and knows his job within him. And you can see, like guys like him, you can see that the way he plays, he understands the concept, which allows him to play fast. And you can see the speed of his game live on tape. I mean, this guy flies around the ball, and he's constantly around the ball, making those hamstring tackles that Eberflus likes to talk about. He's always tackling at the legs. He's not a high tackler, and he will take the ball away. He will take the ball away a lot if he's in position to do it. Just a natural, man. I mean, this dude right here, I'd love to see him on the Bears, man. I got a lot of safeties on this list because I believe in defensive backs and what they bring to the table. Not because I'm a defensive back, but I know how much depth we have in this draft at defensive back. You can't go wrong from all the way to the 7th round. There's going to be talent there. After the draft, there's going to be talent there. That's how deep it is at defensive back. Look at this dude.
Look how he hits, man.
Form tackling like a motherfucker.
Fuck yeah, dude. I was just about to say that.
I mean, this is the shit that the coach has been, since I was in Pee Wee leagues, been teaching me how to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And I was never the most perfect tackle. I was more of a hitter than tackler.
Right? Go low and lift up, right?
Man, gotta grab around those legs, man.
Go low and lift up. Am I wrong?
I mean, this guy is so, I know we're looking at this in slow motion, but this guy, I mean, it's almost like we're doing it a disservice to how fucking fast he is. This guy is a fucking blur in real speed. This dude flies, man. And he takes that ball away and makes big time plays in big time moments. So don't be surprised if he end up as a Chicago Bear. This guy's got it.
What's his height and weight? Is he in the 6'2"?
He's 6 foot 200.
Oh, perfect.
6 foot 200. I got a couple more stats on him. He's his production was 72 total tackles, 48 solo tackles. That's a lot. I think it was 1 or 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 interceptions. So the dude is productive as all fuck. He makes plays.
Foster was saying he's a projected early fourth rounder.
That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all. He's one of the top guys I have on this group of guys that I scouted for you guys. He is up there in the upper echelons of the safeties that are coming out in this draft. I don't see him. In fact, I definitely have him in my top 10 in the safeties out there. Definitely.
And J2K says front hip, back foot without sacrificing your body.
That's
Yeah.
right. He's talking about fundamental shit right there.
Foster Cover says 1 sack and 2 picks.
Man, dude, this dude is around the ball a lot, man. When you're talking about, let me look at that again. 72 total tackles, 48 of them solo. Out of 72 tackles, 48 of them solo. Think about that. When he gets the guys, he's getting them on the ground most of the time. That's what that means. And you saw that on tape in that little bit of snippet that you just saw. He gets the guys, they get on the ground.
Hold on, no, man. I have to answer this question. Christopher House says, Dan, you need to come out of the closet. No heterosexual gets this mad about football. Are you talking about me or the other Dan? I'm the other Dan. Are you talking about the other Dan or Dan? Because when did I just get mad about football? I wasn't mad.
Damn, Dan, we need to screenshot that.
As well.
Damn.
I'm going to screenshot that right now. Because what he must be talking about Dan, not me, right? I'm the other Dan, right?
Okay, give me a question there. I see J2K is asking something.
How high do you think we take a DB in this draft? What round would be too high?
I don't think any round's too high, and I have no way to assume how they value a defensive back and who that defensive back might be. I don't think there's really a guy on the board I think they will overreach for. Really, I don't think there's a guy that's just like, hey, man, we have to get in position to get these guys. Just listening to their conversation at the pressers today, and it sounded to me exactly like I thought it was going to be. We're going to address our core issues in free agency. We're going to get a couple of pieces on the offensive line. We're going to get a couple pieces on the defensive line. Pretty much that's it. And they've told you all the time, they draft the best player available. How they value a defensive back versus a 3 technique, I believe we just don't know. And to me, I'm just going to wait and see what happens, man, because I think I know a whole lot of things. We all think we know a whole lot of things, but they're going to show you that it really doesn't matter what we think. They have their own way of thinking about all of this shit. So I just don't get too wrapped up into it. And I hang on to some of the things that they say just so I can have an idea of what to go and look for. And so that's just where I am in the whole process.
I'm trying to figure out what Christopher House is saying here. Christopher House says, where was it? He says, Dan is an asshole. Stop inviting him. Fucking Debbie Downer. What Dan? What are we talking about here, Christopher? You talking about me, the other Dan, or Dan? Because he said, Dan, you need to come out of the closet. No heterosexual gets mad about football. I don't know what you're talking about there, Christopher.
Dan Aguirre is trolling us with a goddamn one of those accounts.
That's Dan Aguirre's burner account.
This person just came out of nowhere. I'm like, damn, man,
what's going on over here? I'm the wrong Dan. I'm the other Dan.
All right, man. I don't know how much time I got, but let's look at
PJ says, what do you think about the safety from Penn State? Can he fit the Bears?
He's talking about numbers. Every player that plays for Penn State in that system can fit the Bears. Every last one of them. Penn State is one of those teams, those college teams that almost mirror sometimes what the Bears do. They're the way they coach those guys. You know what I mean? The way they teach those guys, it's almost like Penn State mirrors what we do. So any player from Penn State, just about any player on that team could fit in our system for sure. I love what they do at Penn State, by the way.
Yeah. All right, we got a bunch of clips to go through here, man, because you got to go here soon. So who's next on your list here, buddy?
Let's look at. You know what? Let's take it up a notch.
All right.
Let's look at. This is probably one of my favorite dudes on this thing, man. This dude Kendrick Duncan.
Kendrick Duncan. Let's pull him up here. Every time I pull up a clip, it fucking does something like
6'3", 225. He's a safety. He's listed as a safety, but he's one of those guys that you would say is a tweener. If you watch this guy's moving ability, you can see him playing will linebacker. You can see him playing transitioning into a will linebacker at the next level. This dude can move. He's got everything that you can want in a will linebacker with the safety traits and safety movement ability. This is one of those guys that you get excited when you see a coaching staff like we have and the way they evaluate talent. You see a guy like this dude. This is a dude that has a high ceiling if he switches positions.
This is a guy that when I look at, I'm seeing Charles Tillman for some reason. It must be the frame, because he's not playing cornerback. But I'm seeing some Charles Tillman in that frame, I think.
In this clip, I think this was his sophomore or junior year at Georgia State or Georgia Southern, one of those two. And I think he ended up playing at Maryland in the end. But this dude this dude right here, all upside. 6'3", Peanut Tillman wish he was this big.
Well, Peanut was 6'2".
What's that?
Peanut was 6'2". J2K is asking who this?
Peanut ain't no damn 6'2".
Peanut was 6'2".
Well, okay. All right. He wasn't no 225. That's for sure.
I'm gonna fucking look him up now.
It's insignificant. We ain't gotta waste time on that, but he's a tweener. He's one of those guys you draft at a certain place, but you draft him for a reason, and you want to develop him and teach him the will Mike technique. I mean, the will technique, will linebacker technique. I'm all over the place because I got shit on my mind, but yeah, this dude right here. When I saw this dude's tape, I just kept watching more and more and more. I'm just because he's a safety and he's playing safety, but I kept thinking with his size and his ability to be able to move, he's got long arms, he can jump. He's quick and explosive, good instincts. The only thing I didn't like about this dude is he overran the tackle a lot of times, and he didn't wrap up like he should. But that's stuff you can really clean up really quick if you got the right kind of teacher around him. Look at his body. Look at him below the waist. Look at that below the waist. He's sheer power.
Yeah, you're right. Peanut Tillman was 6'2", 198. So he was off by 25 pounds.
Yeah. This dude right here you can do things with this dude, man. I mean, that out of all some of the players that I got on this list, probably it might be maybe two other players that got me a little bit more excited than him. This dude's got a lot to offer to the table, and he's got them long ass arms, big lower body, strong as shit, quick. So that's, again, when we're talking about football players and value in the draft, I'm sure not too many people knew who the fuck this dude was, but a hell of a player.
What do you think about Antonio Johnson from Texas A&M?
That's about the third time you asked me. He's really good. He doesn't take the ball away. Is what's going to be the knock on him. I studied him. He's really good at everything else but taking the ball away. And that's the problem, when you one of those coaches that values that'll get you either traded, cut, or for some other reason. I mean, you want to be able to flip the field, take the ball away. And so that's everything about Antonio Johnson is great. Other than that, he gets the ball in his hand and he doesn't make the catch.
Who's next on your list?
All right, let's see here. Let's look at y'all want to do some offense. Let me do one more defense because this dude is just fucking fun. You talking about loving football and want to be around guys that love the game. What is Flus and Poles always talking about? We want guys in here that love football. Put on Robert Cooper's tape. 6'2", 335-pound nose tackle. I don't even know if this guy's a fit. But this motherfucker is fun to watch.
Okay, one second. Let me pull him up here, buddy.
This dude is it's a ball. I had a ball watching this dude.
Oh. My Lord.
This dude right here, man. I mean, he takes up residency in the fucking opponent's backfield. He's always in the opponent's backfield. Every team needs a dude like him. He's not fucking flashy. He's not. I mean, this motherfucker is just pure power, man. And low to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Look at that.
He just lives in the backfield, man. And he's not like a slow 320. What is that? 325, 335? No, 335.
God. Remember Refrigerator Perry was like 320, 310? Everyone thought he was like the biggest guy in the league. Look at that guy compared to him.
You see this guy after that. We're rewinding just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I just replayed it. I can go back to there if you want.
All that he exudes that all through the game. That's
right
the same. He starts the game with that energy. This right here, he starts it with that energy and he finishes with that energy. This dude is the kind of motherfucker that you want in the classroom and on the field, on the practice field, because he's kind of electric. It shows up in his interviews, man. This dude right here is fun. You can tell he's fun to be around. And he can play his ass off. It's not because, and he's 325. You would think that this motherfucker is slower. No, he's twitchy.
75.
He's twitchy.
Yeah.
And can penetrate. Look at this dude, man.
That guy does not look like he's 325.
Shit. That motherfucker, he had every Golden Corral there is on the
from Wisconsin, Nebraska, right?
behind the Mason-Dixon line and down. He's at every one of those motherfuckers.
He had every fucking Waffle House from Florida to fucking Georgia.
I can see Ryan Poles calling him on. Hey, how do you feel about coming to Chicago for a recruiting visit? Well, you guys got food? Yeah, we got food. What do you like to eat? I like the Lucky Charms, the green one. Would you like to eat Green Bay Packers? He said, I eat them too. All right, you're hired. Come on, let's go. This motherfucker, I'm telling you, we laughing and having a good time, but this motherfucker is explosive, man. I mean, his explosion and even the double teams. I mean, I seen him explode through 3 double teams like it wasn't shit. Like throw a guy off to the left and just mow a guy down with his other hand. I mean, this dude is absolutely powerful.
And by the way, these clips that we're pulling up here tonight are not going to get us pulled, guys. So we're good.
I mean, this dude is a joy to watch, man.
Cliff says, "Come on, he doesn't eat more than 10,000 calories a day."
That motherfucker, first thing he eats is 10,000 calories.
He wakes up and eats 10,000 calories. But I mean, that body that he has is not a 325-pound body.
He's not a slouch.
No, he's not a fat fuck. He's not a. When you compare him to like William Perry actually could run for his size. He was a quick dude for his big bellied ass, but this guy is heavier than him and quicker than him, faster than him, man. They are breeding these guys out of a factory now.
Every team, and especially a team like with the kind of fan base that we have, guys like him will be a fan favorite like overnight. That dude gets in that game and makes a play and gets the crowd all hyped, and they look at that big fat they would love this dude. Be a fan favorite overnight, I guarantee you.
You know us in Chicago, man. We love our players.
Man.
Get a stud like that pulls those moves, fits that team. He's gonna be a super fan favorite.
This dude is a nose tackle only. He's a one technique or zero, whatever.
Mhm.
He's a nose tackle. I hate to get into that technique shit, but he's a nose tackle. You would line him up anything other than nose tackle in a special situation where you've got some kind of game that you want to run on the offensive line, but he's strictly a nose tackle. But he can play that motherfucker well. I can promise you that. This dude is what you want up front when you need to plug up the middle so that your 3 tech and your other guys on the defensive line can get to the quarterback. That's the kind of guy you need. Somebody that can plug that, get that double team, and make sure that double team is upheld so these other guys can win. That's the kind of guy you want.
Foster Cover says, you ever seen Perry jumping up on and off a table? Who's Perry?
You want to see some, he's talking about William Perry. You want to see some
Perry?
freaky
No.
shit? Any of you guys want to see some freaky shit? Look up Mozzie Smith's Michigan workout. This dude bounds upstairs. Mozzie Smith is 6'3", about the same weight as this guy. Bounds, when I say bounds, he's not taking any steps. He's just hopping from step to step. And these aren't normal size steps. These are huge steps. He's bounding up and up and up, not taking a break. He's just popping from one step to the next. That might have been one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. A guy that big and that fucking agile. Mozzie Smith. Just Google that one of these days when you got some time, and you're gonna shit yourself.
Mozzie Smith, huh?
Mozzie Smith. One of these days when you got time, but let's get to a couple other guys before I get off of here.
A couple other motherfuckers you're about to say. Okay,
yeah.
Who's next?
Yeah, I want to ask them what they want to see. They want to see some more defense. They want to see some offense. What do they want to see?
Offense or defense, guys? What do you want to see? It takes a minute. Go to defense next. We'll bring up.
Okay, another guy. Let me look at here. Here's a guy that I think has some really good upside. DJ Johnson. And don't just look at his body type. And he fits the mold of what an Eberflus defensive end would look like. He is, let me see, make sure. He's 6'5", 275 defensive end from Oregon. One of these things, now I will say this. One of the things about when I went to, everybody goes to the Scout Oregon tape to look at Gonzalez, the corner from the left corner over there, number 0. I went there the same way, looking for just looking at him, and you realize that some of these teams out here are so loaded with guys that you don't know about because they had championship aspirations. Teams like Oregon, teams like that Clemson teams are so stacked. There's a few other teams out there that are loaded with guys that, like, wow, they had championships. They had great freaking recruiting classes that came there a couple of years ago, and they get overshadowed by a couple of other guys that are on the team. And this dude is talented as fuck, man. Let me read off some of his stats.
Okay.
DJ Johnson, 6'5", 275. 30. His stats don't wow you. 39 total tackles for a defensive end isn't bad, but it isn't great either. 15 solo, that's pretty good. 24 assists is what I would really circle as far as his stats go, and he got 6 sacks. So that's not bad when you're playing with a whole. Yeah,
I'll take 6 sacks.
Yeah, I mean he is. I just liked his traits and his measurables and his engine, man. This dude came in 3 games. He never changed his energy. And look at him below the waist and look at where that's going. That's a below the waist. That's a guy that can gain some weight.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He could put on that could be 290 before you know it, 300 before you know it.
Yeah, he looks like a linebacker right there, not a defensive end or a defensive tackle.
He's long as hell.
Defensive lineman.
He's really long, man. He's 6'5". He's got some pretty good sized arms on him.
He's athletic as hell.
He's very athletic.
He's linebacker athletic.
He's sneaky in this draft class because everybody's talking about so many of these other guys, and he's got some. I like him better than I like Zach Harrison from Ohio State. I think he's got better upside than Zach Harrison.
Wow.
And I've studied them both, man. I just think he's a better athlete than Zach Harrison.
Zach Harrison, he's got freaky measurables, man. He's like, what, 6'4", 272 with like a 34-inch, 35-inch wingspan and runs at a 440.
Back that up just a little bit for me, Shorty, and I'll show you why I like him more than I like.
Right here?
Right. Okay, just I'll let you know when to pause. Oh, no, you're good. Hit play.
Okay.
It's after this play.
Okay.
Into this next play. Let's hold on. You see that below the waist? How much power you can put on that? Look at that.
Yeah.
Pause. Pause. You got to back it up just a little bit.
I will. Let me go back again.
Right there.
Yeah, you put some ass on that guy. Number 2, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Now look at that. After he stands up, pause it. Right there.
Oh, right there. You see the ass.
That's pure horsepower right there.
That's pure horsepower right there.
Pure fucking horsepower. Y'all, I know it's funny because we're talking about a guy's ass. But the truth about it is, on the football field, when it comes to coaches evaluating talent, and they start talking about upside and ceiling and all that kind of stuff, they're measuring that.
How much weight can you put on this guy?
What can we do with this guy? It's not what he looks like right now. It's what is he going to look like in 2 or 3 years.
Right.
Once we get
that's why they're looking at arm length, right? And they're looking at the other certain measurables right there. You can see it right there. Like Leonard Floyd. Let's just pull that hat out of that name out of our hat. That guy had such skinny hips. It was like he could almost be a wide receiver. But you're looking at, and again, different position, but when you're looking at somebody like this, when you're talking about someone to develop as a pass rusher or an interior defensive lineman, what you're looking for right there is that ass, right? And he has it. You can build on that. He has the upper body strength. He has a lower body already there. You build the upper body, you add to the lower body, boom, you go, right?
Naturally, he's gonna naturally put on some weight, and then you add the conditioning to that and the strength that all the great NFL teams have, those strength and conditioning guys. Some of that's gonna happen natural, but you're gonna add to it with the program that they have going on. And like you said, the skinny hips with Leonard Floyd, that's true. He didn't project as a guy that was going to end up being anything other than a defensive end, and you need a really, I'd say, in a 3-4, you need a guy that's built like that. Like, because Will McDonald is built like that. And I wouldn't change a fucking thing about him. Not one fucking thing, because he is dynamic with that body type. You don't want to ever fuck with that. But, that's the difference between a guy and a 3-4 talking about what's his name, number 54 that we had, and a 4-3 guy.
Urlacher?
No, we were just talking about I'm having a brain fart. You were just talking about him, the defensive end with the skinny hips.
Oh, Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd, yeah.
He's 54 on the Rams. He was 94 on the Bears, yeah.
But that's got to remember that was a 3-4 defense.
Right.
And they look for a certain kind of traits guy from their stand-up edge rusher.
Yeah, which to me was never a fit with him.
Nah. But in a 4-3, no, he's not really a fit, but all right, look, you want to get to another couple of guys before I get out of here? I wish I could do more, man, because I want to talk about all these.
We can save. We got plenty of shit to save for in the next show, so don't worry about it.
Here's another guy, one more defensive guy before I do the couple of receivers that we have. This dude right here, I don't know what it is about the Polynesian players lately.
Oh
But
man,
these dudes are something else.
they're built differently.
They are something, and they it's like they come in with an attitude and some kind of mindset like, dude, we fucking taking over or something. Like, y'all been sleeping on us forever. Now it's time to show y'all what the fuck we got. These Polynesians ain't no fucking joke. It's like everybody got that memo. And so this dude right here, Villahami Fahoko from San Jose State, he's about 6'3". No, let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, 6'3", 275. And again, look at him from the waist down and tell me what you think that's going to be in a couple years.
Got him right here. 1 second. Let me just pull this up. Big screen. Play and Nomads scouting report on what's his name?
Villahami Fahoko.
Villahami Fahoko. These fucking names are getting crazier and crazier to pronounce.
This dude just comes and comes and he never stops. He's relentless, man. I mean, relentless. You think you was looking at Tuli Tuipulotu, but he's not that skilled. But this dude has the same kind of engine.
I like how you pronounce his name too, because when you pronounce a Hawaiian name, you have to pronounce the vowels very pronounced. Viliami Fehoko.
Fehoko, yeah, I'm pretty sure you might get your ass whooped if you don't do it right and do it in Hawaii.
Viliahami Fehoko is how they probably say his name in Hawaii. Viliahami Fehoko.
This guy right here is one of those traits guys, man. One of those dudes that you project is in a couple years is going to be able to play all up and down your defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Be at that one of those depth pieces. They're coming in waves at people.
Mm-hmm.
You might line up this series at defensive end. Next series he's lined up inside or
you
some
can,
kind.
You can see the weight that he can put on too. He's got a lot of weight he can put on for sure, especially as a Polynesian.
The more and more you watch this guy play, I guarantee you, anybody that's going to study this guy, I guarantee you will not be satisfied with just watching one game. You want to keep watching and studying. This dude just, how he's not being talked about, I have no idea. This dude brings it. I mean, he brings it. At little ass San Jose State, but it doesn't matter. You can tell that he's one of those guys that no matter the level of competition you put in front of him, he's just relentless.
Well, he seems like somebody that could be overlooked because he needs to put on weight, right?
No. It depends on what you. I mean, like I said, depends on what are you drafting him as? He's 275, 6'3". Do you want him to play exclusively as a defensive end? If that's the case, he doesn't need to gain a pound. But if you want to see him play at the defensive end and also some nose, then maybe you want to get him up to 285 or 290. It's all about your flavor. And so, like, he's going to naturally gain. He's going to put on 10, 15 pounds.
Yeah, he is. He's going to walk in the door and put on 10 pounds.
Yeah, that motherfucker walk past the kitchen, his jeans going to get tight.
He's going to put on 10 pounds drinking the beer in the fucking limousine from O'Hare to Lake Forest, man.
You imagine that motherfucker. I know you can't tell what kind of engine he has in these little clips, but man, if you seen what I saw on tape and you put 15 pounds on this dude is going to be a destructive fucking force. I'm telling you, it's going to be hard to fucking deal with him. As twitchy and quick as he is, he's got great hands, but he really leans into his power. Like Tuli does off the edge. He just really leans into his power and knows that his lower base, like once he gets a good amount of speed going forward, there's not a tackle in the lead that's going to be able to stop his power. Only thing you can do is hope to try to stop him. You can't stop him.
Dude, Nomad, excellent digging in and deep diving on some of these players, man. These are some gems you're picking out here.
Okay, I gotta thank you, man. I got a couple of offensive players before we get out of here. Lord knows I want to talk about some of these other guys, but I got us a couple of receivers because I started thinking about, and I got more for you guys next week. I'm gonna study. I already started some running backs, so we're gonna get some of them on there too. But I started thinking about, everybody wants T. Higgins just because he got rumored to be possibly somebody that could be traded. Every fucking guy that gets rumored to be moved, we can't have all those guys. What you can do is draft guys.
And T. Higgins he's the product of Chase, of Jamar Chase. I mean, Jamar Chase is getting all the double teams. He's the superstar on that team next to Joe Burrow. T. Higgins is benefiting from that. You can't just assume he comes to the Bears, he's going to be the same guy. There's no number one wide receiver yet to like take the balls away from him to get, or I should say, the double teams to give him the ball. So I don't know.
Guess what? He's a great player. And you know what most smart people that work in NFL offices do? They like to try to keep them dudes as best they can.
Yeah.
They're not going to just, they're going to try to figure out a way to keep T. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was all a pipe dream, him and Deron Payne, as far as I'm concerned. Is there a chance that either one of those guys could be signed and traded? There's that universe. Sure. But I'm not trying to get my hopes up all high about T. Higgins, Deron Payne, Brian Burns, and none of those guys, man. You draft. They said they wanted to build a team through the draft. If you get lucky and get one of those guys, great. But don't hinge all your hopes on it. Draft. And so what I'm leading into is I see there's still people that are upset that we didn't get Alex Pierce last year. Still.
Yeah.
A year later, they're still upset that we didn't get Alex Pierce. So I got a pretty good comp for you. Chase Cota, 6'4", 200 pounds out of Oregon.
Got him right here. 1 second. Chase Cota, right here. Here we go.
One thing about this, I'll talk while you guys are looking at this tape. Out of all the things I've seen, he's not an excellent route runner yet, but he's got it in him to be that. But one thing I noticed about him, for a big guy like that, 6'4", 200 pounds, I was expecting him to be a little sluggish. But the thing that stuck out with him on this, watching his tape, is they got him in a lot of short pass situations, formations, and his catch, turn, and accelerate ability is really high. I mean, he's really quick and fast. Like, he gets from 0 to 10 pretty fucking quick. Look at this. Watch this. This is not the best play to look at, but I think there's another clip in there. But this dude, I think this is it right here.
You're looking at him from a coverage standpoint, covering this guy.
Watch how fast he turns and runs. Watch how fast he accelerates. That's 6'4", 200. As a DB, I'm telling you that the scariest thing about guarding a big guy like that, a DB my size, I'm only 5'10". Guarding a guy that big, you expecting him to be a little bit slower. But if he's that fucking quick and it can accelerate that quick, look how fast he got to 10.
Yes.
And was gone.
Yep.
He's got everything Alex Pierce wishes he had that.
Not bad for a white guy.
Not bad at all. This motherfucker's a very high value pick. He's probably going to be after third round, fourth round. He's going to be back there. And so, it's every player that's ever played in the league got drafted somewhere. It never mattered where he got drafted. It was the production that he was able to put out there.
J2K is loving your film review, Nomad.
Tell him I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, dude. But
PJ.
hey, keep talking for a second. I gotta hop out for a second. Promote or do something, man. I'll be right back.
I would love to. PJ says, I would love getting DeAndre Hopkins for a fourth. PJ, that would be amazing for a fourth round pick, because we could be stockpiling picks, and then we get into this situation where we have a couple of fourths. Why not? You add DeAndre Hopkins to the team, a veteran. you add some young talent at wide receiver position that DeAndre can help develop. He doesn't have to stick around for very long, a couple of years. He can help Justin Fields. He can help the receiver team that we're going to be developing over the course of this next couple of years. I would love a 4th-round pick for DeAndre Hopkins. Triple R, I have to ask you, how am I doing tonight? Am I more like I'm on Quaaludes? Am I better for you? Am I working out a little bit better for you? Or do I still need to take more Quaaludes? Oh, man. PJ says Nomad is very knowledgeable. Yes. Well, Nomad played cornerback at a Division I level. He won't tell you his name, but he did. So J2K, damn. So they just changed in Fun Time, a music festival named. I must be missing out on your conversation in chat here. PJ says exactly, Shorty. We already have 2 4ths. So yes. So I mean, if we traded 1/4 for DeAndre Hopkins and then we picked up another 4th or 2, that's well worth it for me, man. Bare truth. Here's a question, Shorty. How would getting Hopkins affect the valuation on Mooney and Claypool? That's the question I ask myself. That's a very good question. I would say that if you added Hopkins to the mix, Claypool would be number 2, Hopkins would be number 1, and then you'd put Mooney into the slot. Then you go draft a wide receiver. Maybe let's just say they got Jackson Smith and Najigba, right? That's the wide receiver that Justin Fields wants. You know, he's an insurance policy. He gets to sit back and learn behind Mooney and all the other receivers on that team. He gets to learn from Hopkins and Claypool and Mooney. And then maybe Najigba becomes the slot of the future. And, you know, at the very least, he's your 5th receiver, your 4th receiver. I think that would be amazing to have that trio. And then if you could add someone like Najigba, you know, Fields number 1 wide receiver in this draft, that'd be fucking sick for this team. You guys, let's take more of your comments here while we're waiting for Nomad. More chill. Still could use another pop or 2. I agree, Triple R. We can. G2K, if we can add Hopkins for a 4th, I'd do that for sure, man. And like you said, Cooper was had for a 5th last year, for sure. I mean, if we can get him for a 5th, Hopkins for a 5th, that'd be even more sick. Leo Factor says Jarvis Landry is a vet that's cheaper. That's true. That's the most exciting part about this, is getting through free agency just to see who we can pick up. And then the draft just kind of falls into place after that, right, guys? I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say tomorrow night on Bare Their Souls. I'm sorry, on Open Mic Night tomorrow night, because the show is about you guys in chat and you guys being able to talk to each other, talk to us. We're going to have a few of you. PJ, you said you emailed. I'll look out for that tomorrow. I'll get back to you. We're looking for one more to join tomorrow's show. Anyone else that would like to join, it's right down there. I should say right down there in the banner there. Email DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com if you want to join the show. We would love to have you guys on. We'll set it up. We're going to have a lot of fun with this. It's going to be a lot of fun. PJ is saying that Landry is not a number 1. I mean, that's kind of speculative. He might not be.
Okay, I'm back in the show.
We're talking about Landry on the Jarvis Landry joining the Bears. I'm not sure if he would actually work out on the Bears. I think he's a little long in the tooth. I think that if we were going to do anything with a veteran, I'd like to add Hopkins to this mix, just to help out the young receivers.
Jarvis Landry, I think he's a pretty good player in his own right. I think the injury history, and yeah, I mean, if you don't if you want a guy that can just make you on some plays on third down, guy that can get open, that's your guy. But that's all he's bringing to the table. He's got no other dynamic to him. He's not fast, but he's a great receiver. I'm not taking anything from him, but explosion, he ain't bringing that to the table.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
Triple R says, would you trade for a guy like Hill from the Saints to take on his cap burden in exchange for a pick? Basically buying a pick with cap space.
Taysom Hill? I think that's what he's talking about.
I think so.
Oh, damn. That's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, Taysom Hill he's a true, when I say X factor, he's an X factor. This motherfucker can line up at quarterback, running back, tight end, any fucking thing. You have to acknowledge him as a guy that you have to maybe shade your defense towards. So that's interesting. He would mention Taysom Hill because he can, depending on how Taysom Hill views himself. Does he view himself as a pure quarterback, and is that how he wants to be valued from another team? It's up in the air about what that is, But after putting all he's put on tape, other teams are going to want to see a whole lot of that shit too. So you played running back, you played receiver, you played fullback. Other teams are going to want a piece of that if they're going to sign you.
Bear Truth says, I just believe getting Hopkins will affect your evaluation on Claypool. His money is due next year, and you need to know what you got to pay him. Again, I say we are drafting a wide receiver. I think we're drafting a wide receiver too, but I think that the evaluation on Claypool has yet to be decided.
Yeah, Claypool, come on, man.
Yeah.
Claypool, I can't believe people are having knives out about Chase Claypool, and
Right,
he just got there yesterday, didn't know the offense. Apparently, a lot of these guys have no idea how complex the West Coast offense is. Apparently, a lot of these people that are making all these comments and saying that this guy's a bust, you don't know shit about the West Coast offense. Apparently, anybody that I've seen say that, I know for a fact has no idea what the fucking West Coast offense look. Just the verbiage of one play can throw you off. That's gonna make you want to drink. Just listen to the verbiage of one fucking play.
Yeah, no.
That's enough for a drink, man. And you're gonna be like, all right, man, that's enough, man. Let me get a shot of old red eye or something.
J2K says, how about Marcus Mariota? Backup?
That might be that's a viable backup. He's been running the same system. I wouldn't be mad at that at all. It's about what Mariota views himself as. Does he see himself as a backup quarterback, or does he want to challenge somebody for a starting job? Mm-hmm. It's all about him. Mm-hmm. But I got another
evaluation standpoint. Where do you put your money? Well, I'm looking at it from an evaluation standpoint, and where do you put your money, Nomad?
About who? And what?
I don't know. I think he's talking about wide receiver.
About getting a wide receiver. I'm really kind of confused because you have to. I don't know how old that post is. It's probably in relation to something else I said earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, he's saying wide receiver. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I put the question up one more time.
He said, I'm looking at it from an evaluation standpoint. Where do you put your money, Nomad?
I think he's talking about
at wide receiver.
I think he was talking about the Jarvis Landry. Was he the one talking about Jarvis Landry? I'm still kind of thrown off on what he's
not exactly
the wide receiver position.
We'll let him state his point here in a second. I'm sure he'll get back to us.
Yeah.
PJ says, I would prefer Trubisky over. I was about to say, what do you think about Trubisky, bringing him back as a backup? And then PJ brought it up. What do you think about Trubisky as a backup over Mariota?
Man, that dog ain't gonna hunt, bro. He said he's talking about Mooney and Claypool versus getting Hopkins and drafting a receiver.
Yeah.
In the real world, man, dude, it would not be bad to have DeAndre Hopkins on this team. It's about what it would cost to get him. DeAndre Hopkins I think he's a top 2-3 receiver in this league. I don't give a fuck how old he is. I know how talented that dude is. He catches everything and he gets open all the fucking time. He's a great route runner.
Mm-hmm.
If we could get him and not have to bend over backwards to do it, it'd be great. That'd be one of the greatest additions the Bears ever had in the history of the organization. That's how talented I think the guy is.
A 4th-round pick? Easily worth it, right?
I'd be willing to consider that for real.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. But yeah, in relation to Mooney and Claypool, I just think it's a matter of time before they're on a field somewhere in Florida or Georgia with Justin Fields and learning Justin and how he likes to throw the ball, him learning them how they like to catch the ball in different route combinations that they run. It's just a matter of just experience with them all. And I think we're going to feel different about those guys once that experience starts to happen.
Mm-hmm. Triple R says that D-Hop may want to chase a ring.
I would if I was him.
So would I. He's getting up there.
I mean, he may see the ascending Bears. Like, if you watch the games, if you watch the Bears play, it's not hard to fathom like what this team could be once they got talent added to that roster. Everybody in the league knew that was a defensive roster. Every fucking body in the league knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they get the chance to add talent, that's going to look a whole lot more tantalizing to some of these free agents out there. It's going to look a whole lot better.
Cliff's asking, would you swap picks with Arizona to get Hopkins?
No.
I wouldn't.
Mm-mm. Too much to be had, man. I value Hopkins, but not like that.
Foster says no. I want more picks. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
I got another receiver I think you guys are gonna like. If y'all want to know who that is.
Yeah.
Now this guy
how many more you want to do? 1 or 2?
Huh?
How many more you want to do? 1 or 2?
I think I'm kind of freed up now. I think I took care of the problem we just had just now, so I got time. If you want to do some more, it's up to you.
All right, let's do 2 more.
All right, let's go.
Let's save a couple for the next show.
Hey, Aldo said that he gave you the receiver that I gave you out of Florida State. Did you do him? Did you do a tape on him?
What's his name?
Or Ontario Wilson. Pokey Wilson.
I think that's the guy he was missing.
Oh God, I don't know how he didn't.
Pokey
Wilson got so much tape.
There was a receiver he was missing that he didn't get to, but we can get to that for tomorrow night.
Yeah, Pokey Wilson. We'll save that. Hopefully, we can put something together for him because I'll tell you something about Pokey Wilson real quick. This is gonna sound like a stretch, but I see a lot of really good receivers in the draft, really good receivers, but the potential to be great it's here and there in different levels of this draft. You'll see some guys, but I think the best 2 all-around receivers as far as route running, playmaking ability, and just this motherfucker, Pokey Wilson, makes plays in big moments, and he's so fucking smooth and fast. Him and Zay Flowers, I think, are the most explosive playmakers in the draft. Pokey Wilson, wide receiver, 6 foot, probably about 180, 185, 190, somewhere in that range. He is dynamic. It's a toss up how I feel about him or Zay Flowers would be my first receivers off the board. I think he's that good. And he's not even invited to the fucking combine. And I know that's pissing him off.
What?
That's a slap in the face, man. I don't know that he might have wanted to even perform in it in the first place. It's really I don't like the combine, but that's probably still a slight to him, and he's going to take that into the next level, and he's going to use that as a chip.
Why don't you like the combine?
Because it's a meat market, and there's too many chances for if you've never done high impact training on your muscle parts and shit like that, you don't know what kind of strain you're putting on your joints. It's a lot of high impact action going on, and things can pop on you in a minute. I don't want to take that kind of chance for just some people to get ratings on TV. Let me in. You want to talk to me?
Achilles tendon or something?
Anything can happen, man.
Yeah.
I want to save all that for the fucking field or a private workout. You want to bring me in for a private workout? I'll run a couple of shuttle cones for you, whatever you want me to do. But what's more important is the interviews and your medicals to make sure that they're wrong with you.
Plus, if you're a receiver, you're catching balls from a quarterback who's not your quarterback, and vice versa. You know,
it's all overrated. It's a big fucking show made because people can make money off of it. They get to strut all these big, powerful athletes out there in tights, and everybody gets all excited about it. But I fucking hate it.
Mm-hmm.
I know people that have been through it, man. Friends of mine have gone through it, and they fucking hated it.
Cliff says, "Don't players take a chance with every play they make, though?"
Yeah, but you're getting paid to do that.
That's true.
You're getting paid to do that. You're doing that for a reason. You ain't getting shit. Somebody would have to actually. The truth about it is, they ought to be a waiver sign. Like, if my projected value from now to 7 years from now, you are going to need to pay me if I blow something out here, and that way I'm insured to be getting my money that I know that I was going to make on the next level, but I fucked it up trying to show out for you.
Right. And like J2K says, it's all about the pro days now. And that's because you want to be in your own comfort zone with your own players on your team and your own facility, you know, where you might not be as prone to making mistakes that could blow out a Achilles or a knee or something. I don't know. It's just some food for thought.
Flu said it all, man. Flu said it all. He said that, we already know what a guy is because we've seen it on tape. Now we just need to make sure that the guy, we don't miss anything in interviews and his medical clears. We already know what we got on tape. It's really a waste of time being out there. It really is.
Foster Cover is a 7th rounder. His 7th rounder is Jaden Hazelwood, a better EQ who breaks on the ball. He is a little bit of a project, though. So
I'll tell you a guy that he just transferred to Arkansas. I can't remember the guy's name right now, but he was at Bowling Green. This guy is about 6'6", 6'7". Man, this dude right here is gonna be special if he keeps trending the way I can't think of his name right now, but I found out that he was gonna enter the draft, but he changed his mind all of a sudden and got into the transfer portal and fucked that all up. But I can't think of the kid's name right now. But whoo, you see this dude tape, man, you be like, God damn, we need to get some guy. You forget T. Higgins ever existed. You see this motherfucker. But let's get to the next guy, Malik Knowles.
Malik Knowles. Okay. Let's see.
It says he's 6'3", but he looks more 6'4", 200 from Kansas State.
I got him right here. Hold on.
Think about this guy right here before you start playing the tape. When I first turned the tape on, I almost turned it off because I was like, oh, this motherfucker's too slow. But then I sat back and let the shit start playing out, and I realized this motherfucker, and I'm not comparing him to Randy Moss, but he's got the same kind of, Randy Moss wasn't like a really, really quick guy, but once he got it going, this motherfucker ran like a fucking deer. Now watch this. Once he turns that gear on, man, he's gone.
Whew.
And he's got extra value as a returner.
No shit.
This guy's got another gear. He turns it on.
I'm seeing like a little taller Devin Hester right there. Is it just me or?
This dude right here got some juice on him, man, and he's one of those guys they use all over the place, man. They just get the ball in his hands any way they can get it in, try to get him into some open space, and he's gone.
That was a sexy catch right there.
He's a pure playmaker, man. Pure playmaker. And got all the measurables you want. Not a polished route runner by any means, but most receivers coming out in the draft are not. Every now and again it's an exception to the rule, and you got some really polished guys, but he's not it. But you can put some work into this dude, and you can have you something. All the shit T. Higgins does. He's not a very polished route runner himself, but he uses his size and catch radius to make plays.
Yep. I'm seeing that right off the bat here, and he's quick, and he's got some speed.
Just put the ball in his hand, give him a couple of blocks, and let him do the rest.
Let's look at that again. That guy's kind of sexy there. J2K says good hands catcher. You're right about that.
He's a really good hands catcher. He's a really good hands catcher. That's another thing that stuck out on his tape. I always look for. Thank you for that, J2K. Because when I'm looking at receivers, that's the first thing I look at. How do they catch the ball?
Yep.
Do they let it hit their body, or do they reach out and grab it? And he's consistently grabbing the ball with his hands.
He just caught that with his hands too. That was a kickoff or a punt, whatever that was.
This dude's got another gear. I'm telling you, man.
Nice.
And he's one of those guys. He's not going to be up in your top 25. He's probably not even going to get drafted in the 3rd round, 4th round. He's going to be there later in the draft. You talk about value. This is value right here.
Right there was the hand catch. Look at this. Let's just rewind that. Boom, right there.
Right in stride.
Look at that hands catch. That was beautiful.
You want to see a hands catcher? Pokey Wilson is that on steroids. He's got the best hands in the draft. Wait till you see Pokey Wilson, man. Would you just wait?
We'll get that ready for the next show or for tomorrow or something, because I'd like to see that. Hands catcher right there. That's what I'm seeing. And JTK says, fucking fast.
Man, that motherfucker's got another gear. I'm telling you, when I first turned on the tape and I was watching his gait and his stride, I was like, oh, this motherfucker's too slow. He's just a big dude. And I told you, I just sat back and just let the tape play out and kept watching and watching. And they getting him the ball. And I'm just like, whoa, this motherfucker's explosive.
Yeah, for sure, man.
This motherfucker is just taking off.
He seems like a better Velus Jones.
That's 6'4" running like that, man.
PJ says we have a Velus Jones already, but I think he could be a better Velus Jones.
Nah, he's different. He's got a different. He brings some similar Velus Jones type things to the table, but he's more receiver than Velus Jones is. Velus Jones is. I wouldn't call him a pure receiver. I'd call him Velus Jones is a weapon. Yeah, that's kind of what I would describe Velus Jones as. Pure receiver. He's really not. Can he get there at some point? He could, but he's just one of those guys. You put the ball in his hand at different parts of the field and just let him run. This he's got pure receiver ability. Mm-hmm. He's got all he has to do is clean up his route running, and he'll be fine. Understand the route concepts and how to get in and out of breaks. He'll be fine. With those hands, man, he could be exceptional.
Yeah. Well, Nomad, man, these are some great names you're pulling out of your ass. We're gonna have to go through some more of them maybe tomorrow night when we do the open mic night with J2K and Swinky and PJ. PJ gonna join us? We'll check the email and see who emails us, and we'll get you on the list, and we'll send you a link. We'll talk with you, send you a link, and get you on the show for tomorrow night, man. That'll be a lot of fun.
I want to ask J2K, out of those two receivers that we put up there between Malik Knowles and Chase Coda, which one did you think had the bigger upside? Or any of you guys, it's not J2K, any of you guys?
I like Malik Knowles personally out of the two of them.
That's interesting. I definitely would not disagree with you, but I do like Chase Coda.
Let's just pull him up really one time really quick here and just compare.
Chase Coda doesn't have anywhere near the big plays that Malik Knowles has, so he just was surrounded by a bunch of other really talented guys and didn't get the kind of looks that Malik Knowles got. They saying I think they all agree it's Malik Knowles.
Yeah, I would agree. Malik Knowles is quicker, faster, seems to have better hands. His route running could use some work, but I think what you're seeing here is just I love the hand catching that we just watched from Malik Knowles.
I would have to say, if I'm sitting there with both of those guys, and those are two guys I had sitting right next to each other, and my chance to get a guy and we're looking for a receiver, it's gonna be a hard call, but I'm gonna have to probably go with Malik Knowles, man. Just because he can bring a whole lot more to the table, man. But that's explosive right there.
Right there is very explosive.
Damn, that's explosive. 6'4", exploding like that.
Who's the guy from? I think it's Princeton. Forgot his name already.
Talking about Andre is
Andre, yeah, Andre. Andre Illin.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Illinois.
I got other guys, man. That's nothing.
That guy's like 4.29 speed too.
Yeah, he's something else, man. Wait till you guys You guys have seen nothing. Wait till you guys see some of the running backs I got.
Good night, Cliff. Have a good night, buddy.
Night, man.
Dude, I can't wait. This is gonna be a lot of fun. We got a lot of time to go through all this shit with all the players and evaluations that are gonna happen before this draft coming up here. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
The Bears want Malik Niles. Let's put that on the radar, man. We need Malik Niles up in this motherfucker.
Malik Niles to the Bears.
It was fun, man. I appreciate you guys for being patient with me and understanding my situation and my circumstances. And I wish I could have gave you more, but shit, life happens in front of you, man. You got to respond to it.
Hey, man, it's life. I almost didn't even make the show tonight. I had life going on here myself tonight, but I wanted to make sure I came around to get all this good content in for you guys and help out with the overtime version of BTS. So I think we should wrap this up, huh?
Hope you guys had a good time, man. I can't wait to do it again with you.
Man, I hope you guys had a good time too, and I cannot wait to do it again with you guys either. We'll see you guys tomorrow on Open Mic Night. J2K, Swanky. I think PJ is going to join us. It'll be a lot of fun. 9 p.m. Eastern time. Make sure that you look out for that. Set your notifications, like and subscribe. We're going to be here tomorrow night at 9 o'clock going through all of this with you guys in chat in real time. I'll have some questions for you. I'll let you guys roll. It's going to be a lot of fun. Until then, I think we should cut this shit off. Nomad?
Peace and love, guys.
Peace and love. We're going to end it with this image for you guys.
Damn, that's fucked up.
I don't know where the closer is, so I'm just going to end it with that every time.
What they doing?